There we go. Okay. Yeah. So finally live. Yeah. Okay. So sorry for being a little late because yeah, I was fixing my tabs because like it didn't want to detect my Brave browser for some reason, but so I had to move him to Chrome again. So, but anyway, yeah. Hi everyone. So it's just me again for today because Phil suddenly today said he couldn't make it. So yeah. So beef. I'm gonna put this up before anyone asks, "Where's Phil? Why couldn't he come in today?" So I'm gonna put this up a little bit, just a little bit, for because it's his words, not mine. Wait, is there we how does this? Okay, okay. I'm gonna put this up just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. Here's the reason he couldn't attend. Is my okay? Okay, wait. Let me adjust that. Let me adjust that. Because I do notice when I play the VODs whenever we go live, so it should be a little louder now. That I think I'm a little too loud. I think I might be a little too loud when it comes to the videos. That's why I'm kind of adjusting it to be a little lower. Maybe it's a little too low already. Let me know if it's better now. Yeah. So yeah. Thanks, Mitchell Fields. So here's the evidence. It's not my words. He's Phil is celebrating Valentine's Day with Blair White, and he left me behind, so he could do that. Here's the evidence. Screenshot it. It's not my words. I'm not making shit up. It's Phil who said it, not me. Anyway, so yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm not expecting a lot of people today because I just remembered it's Valentine's Day for you guys, but it's already the 15th for me. But anyway, I'll do my best to be as entertaining as possible. Still low. Wait, wait, wait. Okay, okay. I'll just set it to yeah. I'll just set it to normal. It should be loud enough. It should be loud enough. Yeah, okay. Because I feel like whenever I play the VODs, whenever like we're editing stuff to the segments for the week, I feel like my voice is too loud. That's just me. I don't know for you guys, but I feel like I'm especially compared to Phil. I think my voice is too loud. That's why I kind of lowered it. So yeah, it should be it's back to the normal volume. So let me know if I'm still too soft. Yeah. So anyway, so today it's like I spent last night grinding Dragon Quest 7. So I'm kind of like a little bit behind on the sleep, but yeah, I'm pretty behind on the news, but anyway, I'll do my best to be entertaining. So to start things off, so okay. So yeah, thank you guys for showing up. Mitchell Fields, uh Irish Whips and Arm Drags, and DB Wild. Yeah, thank you guys. So for today, it's like there's a lot of things that kind of happened. So I'm kind but on the political side, I'm not sure. I'm not very aware about what's happened. So I'm more of like up to date with the gaming stuff. So for today, I'm gonna start things off with some AI content, kind of like what I did last week. So wait, wait, wait. So this has been going the rounds today, which I find really really funny. So this has been yeah, apparently AI has been yeah. This is why our ramps are getting more expensive, guys. It's because of content like these. Wait, yeah, okay, this is better. So so from like this used to be such a prominent meme, but now that because of the rise of AI, it's we're kind of left. We don't have to just imagine it anymore, or we don't have to rely on sequence of images and text anymore. We can just see it in a video perspective, which I feel is really funny.
We need to build more data centers. AI needs it.
To cure cancer,
Yeah,
right?
this used to be a meme. It used to be a static meme, but now it's because of the rise of AI tech. It's now in video form.
We're curing cancer,
We're curing cancer.
right?
We need to.
Yeah, crazy. No, we're using AI to cure cancer or make it better for everyone or people get better jobs, but we're using it for the our RAM is getting more expensive for these kinds of things. It just I don't know. I don't know what I'm of a mixed bag with AI. It's like on one hand, it's helped me a lot too in my kind of work, but at the same time, is it really that much of a boon to eh, most other people? Can people really capitalize it for the better? Sometimes it's for stuff like this. Don't get me wrong, it's nice and it's funny, but at the same time, it's like, is it really worth it at the cost of like increased prices or the potential death of having our own hardware? So I don't know. But anyway, it's like it's inevitable. It's the future. But yeah, it's just funny. This has been making the rounds when I woke up this morning. It's like, what is the code is try not to laugh. No, there's another one that I read in a tweet that try not to laugh. It's like, why? What's going on with this one? Then this is what came up with. But anyway, yeah, it's really scary at the same time that what we can do. It's only a matter of time that we get impersonated. Like, you see a video of yourself like doing disgusting things or weird things, then you get accused. People think it's actually real, and it's yeah. I don't know. That's just what I feel. But anyway, yeah. Since I started with AI, I wanted to talk about stuff like apparently Hollywood's starting to feel threatened with this one too, because like this one also made the rounds, and it's kind of it's pretty. This one's pretty good. I think this one's Byte Dance's new tech. It's called Seed Dance 2. So it's if Byte Dance, for those who are not familiar, but I'm pretty sure you guys are. It's the company behind TikTok. So apparently they showcased their new tech. And this is like a fight scene between Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. So it's scary. It's like it's scary that you can just generate this stuff, man. It is pretty good. Pretty good. Like, holy man. Like, if you showed this to me like 2 to 3 years ago, like and you didn't tell me it was AI, I would believe you that this was the real thing. This was the real thing. Like their faces, the movement, the cinematography. It's like, we can just generate these things now, and it's like, yeah, I can see why people like feel threatened about it. It's yeah, it's kind of scary. Which brings me to this first article we want to talk about. It's from that Park Place. Shout out to Marvin, who's a prominent writer. I know he's a very active writer in this website. So Marvel writer reacts as Tom Cruise versus Brad Pitt AI fight video signals major film leap in AI filmmaking. It's likely over for us. So it's like even writers in Hollywood are kind of admit, oh shit, our jobs are on the line here. So I'm not gonna read this entire thing. So so we watched this clip already. So what I want to talk about, it's likely over for us. So so Disney, everyone else in Hollywood, I think you guys should stop doing the woke shit and start listening to us if you still want to, keep your jobs. And like if you're not going to provide us the entertainment that we want, we're going to do it ourselves. We were kind of headed there already a couple of years ago, but the rise in AI technology is only going to expedite that much faster. Like we have, Eric July with the Rippaverse, like because comic books are so shit now, they're absolute garbage now. So Eric July said, you know what, we're just gonna make our own universe and make good characters, make good content if you're not gonna do it. And now with this tech, it's only gonna get more. I think more people are gonna emerge and make better content if Disney, Netflix, Paramount, whoever it is in Hollywood, if they're gonna continue. Oh no, this is for the modern audience. We're not gonna listen to the paying customer. We're just gonna keep pandering and pandering and keep taking the DEI money. You're only gonna, you're only gonna run yourself deeper down into the rabbit hole if you don't change your ways. Which I kind of think that I they're kind of given with the casting of Tangled. We talked about this like a couple of weeks ago, where they're getting the casting right for Rapunzel, for Flynn Rider, and all the others. The same with God of War. God of War. live action. I think they're getting it right with Kratos, and I think Atreus was already revealed because last time Phil was concerned with Atreus being, person of color, a mixed race kind of actor, but I think it was confirmed already. He's kind of like kind of faithful to the video game, so that's kind of good. So I think they're kind of listening. So, but even then, even like this is without a doubt, it's like this is gonna be a threat to them because continuing the article, he later explained it on the concern, warning that may soon be possible for a single creator. Exactly. It's like, if all I need to do is just study the tech, study see ByteDance's new tech, like how do I better prompt to generate the clip? Like I can make my own cinematic just on that tech alone. Of course, not as refined, not as good as fully produced one by a full production team. Of course, it's not as good, but even then, like if someone like me, like who's an absolute normie, who has no idea, like my own, like everything I know about visual arts is like self-taught. I never had formal schooling, formal education about it, but with the power of AI, I can already do it by myself. So, yeah, a single creator to create a full-length film indistinguishable from studio production. Yeah, I agree. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time, guys. Like that, it's like it's scary at the same time for especially for these people. So they, in my opinion, start listen going back to your old ways and start listening. And yeah, this AI revolution is only gonna get better because like all the companies are doubling down. And for me, it's like it's good in a sense that we're gonna get better entertainment and it democratizes, should I say, like example, people like me who didn't have the capabilities to create something like this, I can now. But at the same time, things are going to become more expensive on the hardware side, or maybe we're not going to rely as much on hardware anymore, and these companies are going to have a better say on the pricing with regards to availing of these products. That's the biggest downside of this tech. And yeah, there's yeah. Okay, why should Disney should be paying attention? So I think he highlights the same points. If advanced combat mechanics make their way to YouTube creators, fan filmmakers could begin producing high quality content set in major IP universe. Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna be a threat, and you know you can say that Disney will copyright or these major companies will do copyright strikes and stuff like that, but imagine they're like just like 10,000 of us generating this stuff, So it's like, can they really do they really have the power to copyright or control all of them? I don't think so. I don't think they'll be able to. Eventually, they can't regulate the entire thing if there's so many if it's so accessible to so many people. So at the end of the day, yeah, they can control, but at the same time, they gotta start listening to us. They gotta step it up in terms of producing something that the average person can't just generate through AI. So yeah, that's about it for this part. Okay, a lot of chat going on. So oh hi Grace cousin. So oh state of Hollow Ninja. Thank you for the two. That state of play was amazing. 10 out of 10. RE9. Yeah, I'm considering getting RE9 and maybe cover it. Um, state of play was good for me per se because was it state of no 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 sorry I'm thinking about Nintendo Direct. Nintendo Direct was kind of good-ish for me because it had a lot of JRPGs on it, but for everyone else, it's kind of like meh. It's all right. State of Play was okay in a sense, but the best one for me is Konami's new JRPG. It's Rev Noir, which I think I'm gonna show the trailer. I'm gonna end the stream with that. So I'm kind of glad that Konami's making games again and not pachinko machines. But apart from that, it's like God of War, God of War, the remake of the trilogy, which I'm in defense of, to be honest, because it's nice that they're gonna bring it to modern hardware with updated visuals, but they're gonna take out the nude scenes, the sex scenes, and they might water down the old Kratos, which is I'm definitely not a fan because I prefer I prefer the old Kratos. Well, I did like Kratos 2018. I think like eventually I pivoted back to the old Kratos. So I'm very, very concerned, especially with Sony right now, given Concord, given Intergalactic, will Sony really stay faithful to the re to the old God of War games. I don't think so. That's for me. It's like that's my biggest, probably the biggest highlight in state of play. Apart from that, it's like the 2D Metroidvania God of War game. I think people are not really liking it, and yeah, I think it's overpriced. But yeah, if you liked it, then great. But I might pick up Resident Evil 9 for sure because like it's give I gotta test this new PC to to the limits. So good. Now that I test other video, and if you have about the same level, I call it good. Okay, okay. Yeah, because like for me, it's like whenever I listen to it, I feel like my voice is too loud to the point that it's kind of grating to my ear, my own, or maybe it's because it's my own voice. Who else was alone for this fake audit? Me. I am. Phil. Okay, okay. So for the new people in chat, for those wondering where Phil went, I'm sharing this again. I am sharing this again. I'll keep this up for a while as evidence that I'm not just making this up. So words spoken from himself. AI, yeah, it's really scary where this is going, Gary. But at the same time, I can see a lot of good things happening and Hollywood on decline if they continue to go the route that they are. And Chris Gore had a bad take watching this clip. He said it looks bad, but I guess he forgot all about the crap choreography Hollywood shits out. Yeah, I well, Chris Gore, given that he's a director, he has extensive experience in producing movies. Maybe a huge part of him feels like it's a threat because I understand where he's coming from in that aspect. But I think eventually, like in time, like he'll be more open to it in a sense where it'll help him more in his production of it in the back end to expedite it. But not of course it's not he's not gonna simply generate it like probably I do when I tinker with the tech. He's not gonna type, oh, generate me this scene. He's probably still gonna do it the old fashioned way. With a little help of AI to make the maybe the particle effects, to make the what do you call it? To kind of beautify or to make his actual videos better. I can see him doing that, but I can see why he feels threatened. But yeah, but for me it's like in terms of like normies like me where I can't really produce my own full production movie. Now I have a chance, I have a shot of making it happen because of this tech alone to be able to generate. At least that's how I see it. YouTube is already entertaining each other's instead of Hollywood, and YouTube was going to win. Yeah, I just accelerated Hollywood's downfall. Yeah, exactly, right? Because we've like people like Gary, like Drinker. Like, I mean, we people like us, even like G and G. We never would have gotten to where we are now if it wasn't for uh Hollywood doing these things where they're kind of ruining our TV shows, destroying our entertainment, and like yeah, Project Eggroll was created because of that. Because I started off making like doing Twitch streams, like doing Fire Emblem streams, video game streams. But at the same time, I've been watching G, Ryan, Jay, and all the others for the longest time. It's like I was thinking, maybe it's high time I chimed in on what I thought too. Maybe just try. I'm not expecting to be as prominent as they are, but maybe it's I kind of want to diversify with the stuff I want to talk about, not just talk about video games, play video games, because like that can get really boring for a lot of people. Like right, because like you guys come here to listen to us, to our takes about certain topics or what we feel about certain things, and I feel like yeah, it's we became where we are because of Hollywood's shortcomings, and it's only gonna get worse because unless they change their ways. But anyway, yeah, we've created a new type of entertainment because of that shortcoming, and it's gonna stick around, unfortunately for them, and it's because of their own doing. Like I don't think I would have Project Eggroll would have been a thing, or at least I wouldn't be in it if it wasn't for that catalyst because of them. Mitchell feels with a 5. Thank you. It would be terrible if someone made a romance scene of film there. Yeah, it's someone's gonna do it eventually. Someone's gonna do it eventually. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for the 5. I can see it happening, and Phil's gonna rage about it for sure. What's up, Hertz Donut? And Worst tree bear? Yeah, tree bear's gonna make one. I can see it happening. I can see it happening over time. And Shane Muniz, a tale's old time. You can get things close but passable is a threshold that's 5 years off at least with AI. Yeah, I imagine 5 years from now it's gonna be so much better and so much easier too. Like it's like prompting for dummies. Like I can just type the most basic things and it'll produce like something that kind of rivals Hollywood already, which is yeah, promising at the same time scary. I keep repeating. Phil's cousin. Someone else brought up an interesting point on AI though. For every one decent AI video someone creates, thousands of people are creating crap. Floods the market with crap though. Yeah, that's it's kind at the same time, like how can like platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and all the other social networks control it though? I don't know what they can do to mitigate it. Because like already we can I see a lot when I scroll in my X account, I see a lot of people complaining that their channels got terminated. Some are probably valid, some are probably just pure AI stuff, but others who produced it better or created actual good content, it's just because it has a little AI on it, they got terminated and stuff like that. So already YouTube is already getting a lot of flack for that. So I don't know how they can control the floodgates with a lot with the garbage content. Yeah, it's tough. It's we're still in the phase of navigating on how to handle this new technology that's constantly evolving by the day. Disney Star Wars AI, no no heart. Fan made Star Wars AI will have heart. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. The the source materials that stayed in the books, the hardcore fans who wanted what they read in the books, the good ones anyway, not the Disney slop ones that never made it to cinema. They're probably gonna make it already. And actually that's a good case. That's a good case in point to bring up. Like since it's just in the books, that example, there are particular characters that never made it to cinema or in the comics or in the video games. Is it really the rights of Disney at that point? Since it's fans are just like generating a video that's based on what was described in the book. Is that really their property at that point? So that's another vague legal repercussion to that fans can generate, which for me it's a good thing. If I really like Star Wars and there's a story or a side story in there or somewhere in the lore that doesn't make it to yeah, because Disney wants to push the woke stuff. So what if I want to make a movie version of that? Can Disney really say that it's theirs? I don't think so, because I'm just following what was written in the books. Yeah, that should be interesting. If someone actually manages to create something like that, that would be awesome. Hi, Agent Orange. So it's just me and Phil is here. You can see where Phil is. I don't know if Phil's watching. I'm keeping this on for a really long time. MGS4 is finally free for PS3. Yeah, exactly. I saw that too from State of Play. So yeah, I did enjoy Snake Eater last year. It's just sad that I wasn't able to make a video about it. Maybe I still can in the future. Maybe I can still make that video. I just might need to play it again because it's been a while. But I did enjoy MGS3 Snake Eater. So it's my first ever Metal Gear, and yeah, it is something. It is. I really thought it was an incredibly serious story, but I don't know why people never told me that it really wasn't. Because like whenever I ask people, "How's the story? Can I really keep up with the story?" Even though I start with, I don't necessarily start with one. I remember my best friend trying to explain it to me, but I kind of get why he couldn't after playing one game. It's kind of wacky. Kojima does have I do realize that Kojima does have wacky writing. Tonight, Phil White Jr. is being made. That's true. Mitchell Fields. That's true. I get it, but there's something to be said for staying in your niche. Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's like I'm not gonna like example in my case, like if I'm interested in generating my own video or my own movie, I'm not gonna say like, oh, I'm a professional film director. But for sure, some people are gonna say that, but I don't have the audacity to claim that. Oh, I'm like Chris Gore. I can make movies like him. Of course not. I'm not gonna do that. But for fun stuff to do, for fun side projects, like for fun YouTube videos, I can see myself trying to do something like that in the near future. I came for teeth scores. I'm not sure if I have teeth content for today. Is Grace Alan Voss? Is Grace free tonight because he didn't want to choose which is which of his 14 girlfriends to take up. Yeah, I'm not sure what this means, but if you're pertaining to Phil, this is where he's at today. Oh, my bad. It's great. Okay, it's Grae free tonight because he didn't want to choose. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to blow any money because I already did for this new PC. But yeah, hi, what's up, Alan Boss? It's been a while. Generative AI is merely the refinement of things that have already been trending towards easier use. Yeah, that's true also. And it's like, yeah, a lot of people are upset that it's stuff are getting copied and things like that. But that's kind of the inevitability of the tech. But at the same time, I'm more leaning towards it opens up an opportunity. Because for myself, like my work, a lot of my work right now is I rely so much on AI, like a lot of it. It's like I'm able to do things faster. I'm able to do things better thanks to not necessarily generative, but also in other aspects. Example, in graphics design, I rely so heavily on remove background AI tech, like Canva, remove background. It's just much more efficient compared to back in the day in the Photoshop. You have to lasso the model, you have to highlight it, and just that's only then can you remove the background. You don't need to do that anymore in the modern day. So yeah, AI helped me a lot. So that's why I'm kind of like more of the pro side. Just that I do also acknowledge that people take it too far. Demonetizing AI will end a lot of the over. Yeah, absolutely, Makoto, absolutely, and a lot of them deserved, especially they just type in Nano Banana or in Chat GPT, generate this video, and they just upload it. Yeah, that's really lazy, for sure. That one deserves to be demonetized. But some take it, really put in effort with additional editing, additional refining of the models. That's when I feel like it kind of deserves to be in the platform. That's for me anyway. Calculators built upon abacus, which built upon people making marks on paper. Yeah, that's true. And once upon a time, people hated the internet. You know, back the librarians hated this rise in technology where you can just easily research what you find on the web, and that's yeah, it's inevitable. It's the next phase of technology. Okay, so can't wait for MGS4. I might dive in. I think MGS4 is the next good ideal game for me since I did MGS3. And okay. All right, okay. So I think we're kind of caught up with okay, I'll remove this now. She might get upset. Okay. Next up we have okay, we're done with the AI stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're not done with Hollywood stuff. So what I plan to do today is Hollywood stuff, movies side, and then we talk about the gaming side, so that we're kind of a bit more organized. So apparently, I was saying that Hollywood should start listening to what we have to say to our feedback, the paying customer, to make their stuff better or to make their products back to where they once were in the quality and caliber we have come to expect back in the day. But apparently, some of them are not. They're not paying it. They're not paying attention, particularly Netflix. So, yeah, things are not going well for the new Narnia. So we already know Aslan is gonna be female, right? It's no longer gonna be a male lion. So that's incredibly absurd. I don't claim to be a fan, but we kind of had to read Narnia back in. Oh, oops. Okay, let me remove that. Narnia back in high school. So yeah, I do know at least that much that Aslan was a male. He was the leader, and they're making a female for Slay Queen themes, and they're doubling down. We're doing our own take according to Greta Gerwig. So yikes. So oh, what happened? Oops. So it clicked by itself. Yeah. So if you're not gonna make the Narnia story that we want, then you might as someone in what is this? So someone is gonna generate an AI version of a better Narnia. So that's how I see it, given the rise of our tech. So he's Andrew Weisblum, an editor associated with upcoming Netflix Chronicles of Narnia, The Magician's Nephew. Adaptation, he has said, not referring to the original source material. So it's like, they really want to hammer it. No, we're not going to follow the source material. So we're gonna make our own stuff. And w- I don't know why these people keep getting hired, where they never learned that the reason why this made it became so popular, this made it to mainstream, is because of the good source material. So it's like for me, it's so easy. It's such a home run. Just follow as much as possible what you read in the books. Like, it's like you would even get a good reputation for it. Example, if I were a director, I just follow it. I just follow everything that's written in the book, one to one, maybe extremely minimal. Like to do, if they're afraid of people saying, "Oh, if example, if I'm a director and I made a movie based on a popular IP, and people are saying, "Oh, Gray just copied everything from the books," I can just say, "Yeah, because it's good. Because like everything about it's good. Why would I disrespect the source material?" So I I'm translating the content, the good content in the book to the cinema, because like not everyone reads the books. So now that people who just watch the movies or watch the TV shows can now enjoy the content. So that'll be my reason. I don't care if if I if I don't make any changes. I think that's what these people partly are afraid of. At the same time, they want to push their progressive takes. So yeah, he mentions another well-known property he's working on, noting that he would also not be using the source material. Oh shoot, man. So this guy is not just working on Narnia, he's working on something else that he plans to violate. He plans to, change for the modern audience. That's oh man. No man. Okay. Yeah, I did not read this article, chat, so I'm just reading it the first time too. So yeah. Oh god. I thought about it and decided the film is not being made exclusively for the people who are aficionados in the book. Why? Why do you guys keep doing this? Why do you guys forget that the reason why they became popular or they're well revered, it's because they people like the original stuff. You know, like if you really, I don't know, these it's a mix of jealousy at the same time. They want to hijack a particular IP and elevate themselves with it, which never works. It never really does. Uh, yeah. What else can I say about this? I don't want to read this word for word. Um, yeah. Netflix is not released the Yeah, we do know if Aslan is female. That already is extremely bad enough. That's already a deal breaker for me. Uh, wait. Oh, what happened? What's going on with my? Uh, how closely did the writer stick to the original, given that Meryl Streep may voice Aslan, a male and Christ allegory? Yeah. Anyway, so it's not looking. Some fans are worried. Yeah, they have the right to do so. Already with the casting of Aslan, it's like, oh shit, this is going to be terrible. A female playing Aslan, it's like comparable to Cynthia Erivo's portrayal of Jesus. Yeah, well, Jesus Christ Superstar is really a parody anyway, but Chronicles of Narnia is not. So, mm, yeah, there we go. That's a summary. That's the summary of it. It's not looking great. So, yeah, well, me and Phil are probably gonna watch this. I might watch the OGs just so I can remember everything. I did not watch Prince Caspian, so I might watch that. Have to watch that too, if I want to compare this new modern audience version to the old ones. But it's yeah, yeah. It's these kinds of things makes me think Hollywood deserves to crash and burn, given they are not learning. They really are not, and it's sad. It's sad. More IPs is getting butchered. Okay, let me read some comments. Um, Narnia's DOA, absolutely, yeah. It sucks, because I know a lot of people really liked it. A lot of people really like Narnia. Uh, doing our own take, not surprising. Yep, modern Hollywood, modern Hollywood at this point, doing their own take on a Christianity allegory. Good luck. Yeah, exactly right. It's so convenient that it's always Christianity. Why not try Islam? I wonder, Hollywood. Why not Islam? I wonder what's gonna happen if it's not if you're gonna try to do an alternate Muhammad take. I do wonder. If they don't want the source material, why the option to use the source material? Exactly. It's like just make your own stuff. Like at least a part of me, no matter how woke it is, if it's original, I would always defend them. It's your right to make it, but don't hijack good IPs and ruin them. Make your own. Like my take with X Voto last time, right? It's like you're feel free to make your own game as woke as possible, but you don't have to sabotage another IP. Only one sexy agent on Valentine's Day. Yeah, yeah. And okay, preview. Here's why. Here's why. Oops. Here is. Wait, what is this? Top screen share. Here is why. There we go. Yeah, I do hope Phil's not watching watching this live. This is why. This is why. And if the project fails, they will blame the audiences. Exactly right. We are all bigoted, sexist, and that's the reason why the movie failed. Which is, you guys have been doing that playbook for the past 15 years now, I believe. I feel violated. I feel violated listening to the phrase modern art. Yeah, me too. It's like it really does. It's getting so tiresome. It is. But I at least we're kind of winning the war. It's not yet over. Unlike some people are saying, the culture war is still very much alive. But we're winning it, that's for sure. Right? They're losing their funding. For the message. Yep. 26 more years until the novel fails into public domain in America. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm excited for the mouse game, the Steamboat Willie game that's coming out next month. I do want to make a video about that. I feel like it's a really really good looking game. The mouse FPS indie game, the boomer shooter like FPS game, looking really nice. Mad Frog with a 10. Thank you. They don't actually like any IPs. They like the platforms those IPs provide for their woke agenda. Yep, that's exactly. They want to tap into that mass audience. But what's even the point if that audience doesn't like what you have to say, or we don't care about your politics? So why even bother? They want to pull down our heroes and replace them with theirs, like a conquered civilization. Yep, exactly. Like they know that they can't make their own that would resonate with a lot of people, so they have to hijack. They have to hijack a lot of our own heroes. Now that AI has cooked Hollywood, someone using AI should definitely tackle Islam. I hope it's the wokies that does it. I really do. Yeah. So they know what it feels like to, because a lot of people are saying Christianity is like we're far too nice about it. We're far too passive about the backlash that it's getting with modern Hollywood. A lot of the jabs that we're punching, a lot of the jabs that it's taking. But we our kind of like the core philosophy of Christianity is like do not instill any violence. Um do not do things to other people as you want. Treat people. I'm losing my words, but treat people the way you want to be treated. There we go. That's the easiest way of saying it. Yeah. Ma- Mouse and Replace are my most anticipated. I've heard of Replace. I think I've seen videos of it, but yeah, I'm excited for Mouse. That's for sure. Mouse, yeah, PI for R, PI for her. Yeah, Rabnet. It's on my Steam wish list. That's definitely a day one for me, for sure. With different studios doing different books, eventually, the whole Narnia saga will find its way to film. I hope that the succeeding ones are, made by people who respect the source material and want to make it good. I can only hope. I can only, because at the very least, I'm enjoying right now Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Episode 4 was really good. I'm looking forward to watching episode 5 tomorrow. I believe it comes out tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow or later. So, and then next month is One Piece. So at least there's some good stuff coming out. Anyway, so we're next is all right. Okay, more Hollywood stuff, chat. But okay, so this time it's about. Okay, okay. I don't need to restart the stream this time. I got it. I got it. So shout out to Mr. H. So apparently there's some financial results on the Snow White remake by Rachel Zegler. So we all know what. Okay, I don't like the ambient. Let's take that out. We all know what happened with Rachel. We don't need to regurgitate. Rachel Zegler kind of dug her own grave with regards to this project. It's her biggest project yet, and she flopped. She couldn't keep her mouth shut, even though the director himself said, "Hey, please stop with the politics. Please delete your um Palestine post," and she didn't want to. She kept wanting to preach. She was so obnoxious. She kept attacking her audience, and this, despite the movie already, it was going against all. It was everything was set against it, and she just made it a billion times worse. So now we have the financial results. So let's see what happened. What's the actual numbers with Snow White? So shout out to Mr. H. So I'll be commentating on this video. So I have not seen this yet, so I'll like this. I haven't seen the video yet, so I'll be seeing it for the first time and see all the pertinent details of this flop.
All right, guys. So this is an updated.
Sorry. Yeah, because I've been speaking for so long with no volume, so my headphone turned off by itself. Wait, give me a moment. Oops. Give me a moment. There we go. Okay. There we go.
All right, guys. So this is an updated report on Snow White. Now, I know it's kind of old news, right? Like, I get it. But because of the nature of the tax filings in the UK, which is where they shot...
Oh, yeah. In UK, that's the good thing about Disney moving some stuff on UK. They have no choice but to disclose their budget. So, yeah.
Snow White, it means that Disney has had to publicly file their taxes. Now, I will say, some of this inevitably will be Hollywood accounting. Some of this will be washing money, taking stuff off the top. Absolutely, like 100%, because there is no way these films...
Not just Hollywood, like Hollywood video games or whatever form of entertainment it is, they really need to stop with the hundreds of millions of dollars in budget. Keep it small scaled, but to make it good. But I do think they have no choice but to follow that because, people have less disposable income, less purchasing power, more people are getting unemployed. The economy is bad. They're gonna have to scale down. They're gonna have to wind down the budget.
Cost as much as they do when they look as bad as they do, and just generally are as terrible as they are. I just don't buy that these films cost that much money anymore.
Agreed.
I'm done believing it.
Yep.
But the amount that they're claiming that they filed under taxes is mental, and it's fascinating. And although it's kind of old news because it's Snow White, it's new news, and it's worthwhile covering because it's
I forgot already because we've covered it quite a while ago. And we were kind of all like, was it 200? Was it 300 million? Now I think this is confirmed. It's 170. Though I do think this is understated. I do.
The terrible state of the decaying Hollywood system, I think. Anyway.
Yep.
So I wanted to talk about it. Let's take a look. Disney's Snow White flop exposed, right? How much money did it actually lose? About $170 million.
I think it's more.
Wow. About $170 million. Whoo! That's not good, is it? You love to see it. You love to see it. Mental.
Crazy.
Absolutely mental. So the financial fallout from Disney's live-action Snow White remake flop is finally coming into focus.
Let's make this a little faster. Let's make this.
Numbers are staggering. So this is a new report from Forbes, Caroline Reed. So it's not like, it's still mainstream media, I guess, to a degree anyway. But Caroline Reed does great reporting on all of these movie budgets. Brilliant stuff. Really, really good stuff. So the studio's controversial remake didn't just underperform, it cratered. After ballooning production costs, weak box office returns, and mounting controversy surrounding its lead star, the Snow White flop has resulted in an estimated $170 million loss for Disney from theatrical revenue.
Oh, shoot. Okay, wait. Let me just open the. Uh, Wait. Give me a moment, chat. Sorry about that. Okay, because this is on incognito. Wait, let me. Yeah. Let's cut the ads. Sorry about that. Okay. Because I do not want to show some of my burner account. That's why. Sorry about that. Give me a moment. VR. Wait, let me see where I stopped. Yeah, streamers is annoying where I have to show Chrome. Like, if it wouldn't be a problem if like I can show other browsers and okay, I should have the ad block on. Mm, Let me see. Yeah, okay, it's showing.
This is
Where did I stop? Where did I stop? Okay, 2:30, 30. And then yeah, I do have YouTube Premium, but it's it's an account that I'd rather not have it public yet. That's the thing. Anyway, let's. Is it showing? Wait. Mm, Stop screen. Okay, that's something I should take note next time. Anyway, let's. Because my project Eggrolls in another browser. It's not on Chrome. That's why. I as much as I'd rather use that one, it's in another browser. And StreamYard is very picky on on which browser is will allow volume. So here we go. Yep. So I'm gonna have to transfer it here to this tab particular for each new video. Let's go.
from theatrical revenue alone. So if you chuck marketing into it, then it's just staggeringly high. So here's what they're saying.
There's no market. Oh, there's no marketing yet. It's just the production. Okay. Wow.
Now this is publicly filed taxes. So they're saying this is their claim. They're claiming they're claiming they spent $336.5 million on this movie. How? That's just getting it made. That's just production costs.
Crazy.
Not marketing. How did it cost?
So what? So you mean to tell me it's 800 million, including marketing?
$336.5 million. $336.5 million. How? What are you doing? Now, I'll preface this whole segment by saying, guys, I do not believe these movies cost that much money. They just can't. They can't.
Yeah.
I don't buy it anymore. I haven't.
There has to be some scheme going on. Like every part of the chain has some sort of cut under the table for it to cost this much.
Bought it for a long time.
I really do.
But that is mad, isn't it? That's mental. $336.5 million? You're high. Right? You're goddamn high. So that puts it in the same spending tier as stuff like Star Wars and Avengers. That's mental.
Yeah, if Snow White costs this much, like how much is like Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars gonna cost with all those actors? This is just Rachel Zegler. You know, the crappy actress. Rachel, what more with all those heavy hitters on Avengers? I don't know. Wow. They're not gonna make their money back. Even though let's say like it generates $1 billion. Like, well, is that even enough to get their money back with Avengers? I don't know.
I'm gonna spend that on Snow White. You have your goddamn mind.
Exactly. It is. It's crazy.
So the production was plagued by setbacks, including a destructive set fire during filming at Pinewood Studios, extensive reshoots that drove costs even higher. By mid-2022, before filming had even fully wrapped, Disney had already spent over $183 million, even after receiving roughly $64.9 million in UK tax reimbursements. Disney's net production spend was still $271.6 million. What are you doing? No wonder Rachel Zegler's career is just done. It's in the toilet.
I think it was over the moment she she disrespected the director. I forgot his name already. The director of the Snow White remake. Well, at the same time, he chose her to to be the leading actress. But I think she lost all her connections in Hollywood the moment she did that. Like whatever momentum she had with Steven Spielberg when he promoted her, she lost it when the moment she said, screw you to the director of Snow White. I'm keeping that Palestine post up.
I mean, that's not just a flop. That's biblical levels of disaster, isn't it? Wow, that's bad. So the live-action remake opened to about $87.3 million globally, already below studio projection, and finished its theatrical run with $205.7 million worldwide. Now, even if you go into the fact that a lot of these Disney live-action movies, a lot of them have, not all of them, but some of them, a fair few of them, crossed like $1 billion, right? I still don't understand why you would spend $336.5 million on something that needs, I mean, yeah, it might make $1 billion, but that's not making $1 billion.
Yeah, it's like, what's the break even of a production cost of like 336 million? It has to go over $1 billion. It does. I'm pretty sure it does.
Its break-even point still with 271 million, still over $500 million worth of break-even, plus marketing on top of it. Why would you do that? What's wrong with it? These films don't cost that much money. They're not costing that much money. I don't believe it. There is just no way that they cost this much money. So as this article says, here's where the math turns brutal. Studios don't keep all box office revenue. Theatre chains typically retain about half of ticket sales, meaning Disney's actual return from the film's theatrical run lands around $102.9 million. Stack that against $271.6 million net production costs, and you're staring at a theatrical loss of roughly $170 million.
From production. That's just from production.
Oh. And then the marketing as well. Marketing's probably... The marketing for this film wasn't big, but even if it's a $50 million, boom, done, $50 million. I mean, wow.
I think that's prudent given the production cost. I think that's generous, but okay, let's assume.
Fantastic. So like what, $230 odd million loss? Wow. That's mental. You're mental. Now they're saying it's like 150 million global marketing push. I don't know. I don't know if I buy that because there wasn't really I don't think there was much marketing for this. I don't remember there being. They didn't do any interviews or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's mad though, isn't it? That's crazy. Historic low for Disney remakes are so funny. There is no way that this movie can be saved.
Nah.
Like, it just isn't.
Even if it's already on Disney Plus. I'm pretty sure, even on the streaming services, on DVDs or whatever, it's not going to recoup the cost.
No secondary, third revenue streams. None of it's going to save it. This was just a historic flop of biblical levels.
Yeah.
Why would you spend so much money on it? You're out of your goddamn mind.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he pretty much just Mr. H just pretty much said like, what do you call this? Yeah, it's brutal. The numbers are bad. So yeah, it's karma for me, chat. It's karma with Rachel Zegler and Disney, the way they've been treating their customers these past couple of years, or this past decade rather. So it bit them in the ass, and I don't know. It should be a learning experience given that at least they're trying to learn with Entangled. I'm not sure with their other products. I'm not up to date with Disney anymore, apart from Tangled. So I hope they continue doing that, and I hope that they want to make money and not fake virtue signal. Okay, so let me read the comments. The price for making movies become unsustainable. Yeah, it's I do think it's because like there's a lot of under the table transactions going on. That's why it's becoming so bloated more than the actual cost of the equipment, the hiring of people. And yeah, with the height of AI coming, it's like those days are they can't keep doing this anymore, especially with people can just generate their own entertainment, or small time people. Someone like me can create something very similar already at the comfort of my own home. It's so weird to have CGI dwarves in the movie along with live person. Yeah, I do think what happened there was like after they received the backlash. Remember the leaked photo? What we thought was the seven dwarves at first, but it was actually another faction. I do think they tried to just somehow backtrack on them being the dwarves. A part of me thinks that. A part of my theory, my conspiracy theory is that they were actually dwarves, but they backtracked and just made them like some sort of bandits alongside the dwarves. So I think it's them for them not to mitigate the backlash and at the same time not have to fire those people out of probably pity. That's what I think. I think those bandits were supposed to be the actual dwarves. Because like they paid attention to Peter Dinklage about you shouldn't be hiring small people as dwarves and stuff like that. Three 336 M in England. That doesn't even count what they spent stateside. That's true. That's just in the UK. That doesn't count what they spent on the US. Absolutely. Lying to the government about taxes can lead to bad things for the movie studios. So odds are that the numbers are real. Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's like it's how those numbers came to be is what can be. The numbers are real, but probably they did some accounting to make it seem like it's production, but a lot of it's probably under the table payments to a lot of people who don't really deserve the money or who shouldn't be getting paid. When a single actress costs 20 million, and it's one thing if it's like Elizabeth Olsen or Scarlett Johansson, but this is a terrible actress, Rachel Zegler. Oh, hi Tim F, what's up? And Doomsday will easily cost 600 plus million. Yeah, just production. A billion at the box office would be a flop. Exactly. It's like why? Like what Mr. H said. Why would you set yourself up for defeat like this? It's the thing is it's Doomsday didn't have the build up that Endgame had and Infinity War had. Look, I'm not invested in. I actually have Marvel completely off my mind. I'm not excited for anything Marvel right now. I'm not invested with Fantastic Four or any of the other modern Marvel characters, and they're bringing in so much resources into this thing that people are not excited. People are just not. Avengers Doomsday needs more than $1 billion to break. Yeah, that's what I think too. If Snow White needed that money, what more Avengers Doomsday? I'm sure a lot of it gets funneled to political parties or just particular individuals. Probably why so many celebs have to be so vocal about politics. Probably some kid in contract line. Yeah, or oh, I'll give you a cut of this if you agree with my politics or you amplify the politics I want to hear. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Okay. Hollywood has become. Mm, yeah, that's a sad thing. If she made 20 million just off this film, she doesn't need to. Like, I know she's doing opera plays right now, so she doesn't get any more limelight the way she did when she was working for Hollywood. But yeah, that's the sad part. It's the same thing with big time CEOs who crashed their company. You know, at example Bobby Kotick for Activision Blizzard. Love him or hate him, at least he turned around Activision from being close to bankruptcy to now one of the most you know profitable gaming companies in the world. So at least he earned this spot. He earned this golden parachute when he left. But the ones that crashed their company, who didn't really do anything, they still get money like that when they leave. It's disgusting. They're still set for life for some reason. Okay, let me see. Yes, if Disney didn't currently Disney is being kept afloat financially by the Parks and Cruise division. Imagine if they didn't have that. I think Disney should have been, bankrupt by now. They probably liquidated their assets by now. But yeah, it is what it is, and sad thing is like the parks will continue to make money because like it's for me it's like it's an audience that's really looks for it despite despite what's going on with Disney. But I did a couple of years ago. I did word kind of reached to me that the Beauty and the Beast portions of the theme parks they made Belle black, and a lot of people apparently complained about it. I'm not sure if that made it to Jay or if I forgot the name of the theme park channel of GNG. If that channel covered it, but apparently my aunt went one time like 2 to 3 years ago, and like they made Belle black in Beauty of the Beast. I don't know. I don't know which one, but they it did make it to the theme parks, and I think a lot of people filed complaints about it. Uh, Mr. H doesn't have much. Well, I can't really blame him. If that were me, that I would also say the same thing. Yeah, these numbers are not real. These numbers are way too inflated, and yeah, good that the movie failed. I think the movie did deserve it after everything that Rachel Zegler did and the direction that Disney themselves chose to take with that particular remake. Yeah. Once Iger's out, the next guy might show the actual accounting figures. Should be actually, yeah, I did read that story last week, but I chose not to put it in the spreadsheet because I don't really know the guy, and I'm not really in the know with with the the hierarchy of Disney. That's why it's like I don't think I have much to say about it. But hopefully this guy has he's more of the numbers guy and not Bob Iger's for me is like your typical CEO. He just knows what to say to elevate himself. He's kind of like a snake in my opinion. He's not really interested in making money or making the company profitable. He's just worried about his bottom line and his reputation. And I hope you're right. I hope you are with regards to this guy more interested with profitability and accountability to make the company better. I do. I really hope so. I don't care about superhero movies. I kind of got more into them during MCU phase 1 to 3, but now I'm back to where I was before. I don't really care much about it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Hi, Nagy. Yeah, thank you for the shout out. But yeah, hope you're doing okay. And Disney should have sued Rachel for losing them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But to set an example, I think they should have. But the thing is, it's because I think a lot of them inside agree with her. That's the thing. A lot of them, slay queen and stuff like that. That's why they don't. And probably it's probably not worth the legal expense given how terribly they're doing of late. So there's a lot of angles to it, but yeah, I do think she kind of deserves to be, she deserved to fail. Another reason Snow White failed is Latinos are not susceptible to pandering. Yeah, that's good. And also, why Blue Beetle failed? Yeah. Oh, I forgot about Blue Beetle. I forgot that movie exists. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's so stereotypical too. The way that Blue Beetle did it. Meanwhile, Little Mermaid made 500. I'm assuming that's 600 billion, and Black Panther made 860. But because black people are, okay. Yeah, I did watch Black Panther too. It's not the worst, but it's pretty mediocre. That's for sure. Okay, so let's see. What did I have next? Oh, okay, okay. So let's. Okay, let me. At least okay. Let me talk about some good news about Hollywood for a change. I've been shitting on Hollywood for the past 30 to 40 minutes, I think. So let's share some good news at least. So yeah, you guys mentioned to me last time I went street we went live. So apparently Iron Lungs stands to make 40M in the box office. So 12 Markiplier 12 excess the money he invested. That's crazy. That is. So yeah, I still don't know much what Iron Lung is, but I do know it's a plot about getting stuck in a submarine. So I think that's correct. But yeah, so it's like I the good thing about it is like apart from it just being an indie film, I do think it sets a precedent where it's like like YouTubers like us who criticize the box office performance, criticize these, terrible movies, terrible games. Like, I think one blowback that we get from time to time, oh, you don't know what it's like to make a movie. You don't know, you don't have credibility because you don't really make these stuff. But now that um this guy Markiplier was able to make it and actually make it profitable, that's put into question as well. I do hope more YouTube content creators become successful in making whatever form of entertainment they want to make. So yeah, this is great. This uh yeah, sh- I don't know if we're gonna get copyright strike if I open this trailer, but I do want to watch this eventually. I don't know, Chad. Did you guys like the Iron Lung movie for to those who watched it? And yeah, I do need to research more, but I do know it's about someone getting stuck in a submarine. I know that's the plot. Is it okay? Let me submarine. Is it? No, 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 no. But I'm not sure what the plot is, but I think that's the plot of Iron Lung. But yeah, Hollywood function as a tightly controlled gatekeeping system. Yeah, right. So it's like if you don't agree with my politics, you are not allowed here. You're not allowed to make a living. You're not allowed to make it through life. If you have to agree with us, be our megaphone when it comes to what we want to say and what we want invoke to other people. And yeah, so good good on Markiplier to finally, break the mold to finally get something that people actually want in in the big screen and actually make a good amount of money. So yeah, I'm pretty sure this incentivizes him to make more stuff like this down the yeah. So this kind of looks like a submarine ish. So I think I got it right when it comes to the plot. So I'll watch this in the future. When it becomes a I'm not sure, is this available in the Philippines? I'm not sure, but I am looking forward to watching it in the future for sure, for sure. And maybe I might make a video out of it. Who knows? But yeah, I just wanted to say this, like, at least, to the people saying then make our own movie or YouTubers don't have credibility because we just critique. We don't really know what it's like to produce something there. This finally kind of shuts them up really good because yeah, we can if given the chance and given the resources. And it's not hard, it's not hard to provide people what they want. And yeah, it's not yeah, pretty good. And I do hope more stuff like this comes out in the future. Okay, let's see in the comment section. Uh, okay, Grace Philippine. Oh, am I lagging? Is almost as bad as X-Ray Girls Canadian internet. Yeah, it's bad here. It's bad. Though I did see this week that Starlink is actually pretty reasonable in price. I only found out that how Starlink works here, and it's actually pretty reasonable. I might get that sometime in the future if well, technically I can get it if I really wanted to, but I think for now I'm still okay-ish. Okay-ish. But I saw the pricing of Starlink here. It's actually not it's not the worst. It's pretty reasonable. It's very reasonable pricing. As long as like it's the initial upfront investment. I think that can be a little pricey at first, but I think I'll get the return over time. But it's not as expensive or it's not as expensive as I thought. One doesn't need to know how to grow corn to know when it's spotted. Yeah, exactly. Like I keep saying to the people's, oh, you don't. Are you a chef? You can't critique my cooking. It's like no, that's not how it works. Like if you get food poisoning, then the food is bad. You don't need to be a pilot to know if an engine of an airplane is on fire, something's wrong with the plane. You have the ability to critique products and services, and you don't have to be in the field. You can critique it better, or you can be more specific with your feedback, sure, but you don't need to be, you don't need to holistically know the process to be able to critique, to be able to provide your own assessment. Yeah, it's just copium for those people. I have no personal interest in Iron Lung, but I'm glad it's successful. Yeah, me too. YouTubers making movies is healthier than Hollywood. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wasn't interested in the game, but maybe this movie might make me interested in it. I know it's a pixelated indie game, kind of like what's it like? I did see a clip about it. not really Minecraft, but kind of pixelated too. So I might check it out if I really like the movie. But based on the box office performance of Markiplier, so I think people really liked it. Did Mr. Oh, I'm not sure if Mr. H made a video, so I don't really follow his content as much compared to everyone else. But I mean, it's good to try every now and then. I'm not sure how it did, if he did, but even if let's say a YouTuber makes a subpar or mediocre movie, at least they tried. That's what I feel. At least they tried making one, and as long as it's not way too expensive, or they didn't they didn't mortgage their home to do that, I think it's okay. I like the film. Okay, Junebug. Okay, when it becomes available here, I'll give it some time and watch it. From what I garnered, there's some massive cosmic abomination after the main characters. Yeah, I usually for a horror thriller like this, there's usually something sinister some monstrosity, something sinister going after you, and in an isolated space. So the unique thing about it is for this case, it's in the submarine. So because usually for horror movies, usually a house, a family. So at least this kind of breaks the norm. It's in a submarine, which makes it extra interesting. More isolation. You can't just call people. You can't just call them the cops. I think that's what made it special, or at least my impressions, given what I know. Made a short title, Breaking Lights, back in 2021, or at least it's affiliated with. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I hope it did well. I hope it was well received. But yeah, it for me, it's like it's better to try than not at all, even if it's bad, as long as you didn't blow your entire life savings just to make it work. And video is starting. Yeah, that's I already plugged my secondary ISP. So it's both my main and secondary ISP are connected, just trying to be as stable as possible. But anyway, yeah, so that's my final article about Hollywood stuff. So we're done with movies for today. And unless you guys want me to talk about something, just let me know that I missed, because I tend to miss some news. Because like Phil tends to pick up what I tend to miss when it comes to bringing up articles. So okay, let's start with gaming stuff. So I'm gonna start with something. This is kind of ancient history already, but I do feel like I need to chime in because like this was brought to light earlier in the week, but I do think it needs to be talked about. So wait, I need to open the other browser. Oh wait, no. This wait. No. This X. So there's not gonna be any ads in it. So yeah. So apparently there's some controversy with Overwatch. So I have not heard the entire video, or at least I wasn't really fully paying attention when she was saying her stuff. So I do want to commentate on what she had to say, and I do know it affected the design of the character that she voiced. And yeah, it's the usual talking points, but I still do want to hear what she has to say. So the character, so for Riha, I think she voiced Anran in Overwatch. Look, I don't play a lot of Overwatch, but I do get it because like you're invested in particular characters, you play as particular characters, and when you suddenly make an overhaul or at least a major design change in her design, you're gonna that you do not like, you're gonna it's gonna upset a lot of people because like these games, these hero shooters, like what's carrying them is not the narrative or the story, but it's the characters, the characters that stand out, who are different, that kind of make people invested. So changing the looks of a character has more implications compared to, let's say, like a JRPG. Because like a JRPG, at least there's multiple characters, there's an underlying story, there's gameplay mechanics. Here, people are more invested in the particular individual characters. So okay, let's see what she has to say about why she wanted the character changed. Okay, it was playing by itself. Did I share with volume? Okay, wait. Let me wait. I think I didn't. So here we go. Sharing with volume. Okay, let's see what she has to say.
Hi friends, I'm Fariha and I voice Anran in Overwatch. 大家朋友们好，我是 Fariha，我是安然的英语配音演员。
Oh, she's Chinese. Cringe. Because I understood the Mandarin part.
I'm gonna be so honest. I'm nervous about this video because I didn't want to not address the elephant in the room, but I didn't want to step on the devs' toes or speak on their behalf, because it's this tightrope in my mind of trying to honor the community and everyone's criticisms, because I agree, and also give grace to the developers because they're always trying their best in honor the community and everyone's criticisms, because
What criticism? There wasn't any problem before she made this an issue. Anyway, yeah, you know these people making problems up out of nowhere.
I agree, and also give grace to the developers because they're always trying their best in the situation they're in, right? So I wanted to make sure that was there before I celebrated anything myself. So here goes. I got to mourn Anran between the design I had hoped for her and the design we ended up with. Because I think in her comic and the cinematic Elemental Kin, there was a precedent set by it. There was a unspoken promise that said, we're going to challenge the beauty standards plaguing and ransacking media these days, right? The Ozempic chic, the contour.
I don't think Blizzard said that. I do know, you know, Overwatch has had a lot of controversies before this, like before the new roster of characters. Like they've, you know, with I forgot the characters' names with regard to the body proportions, you know, the butt cheeks and, you know, the oversized breasts. I think there were a lot of controversies with Overwatch over the years with regards to character design. And then when Blizzard finally decided to make more traditional characters to make them more attractive to their core audience, it was fine. People were receiving the game better. And now she kind of just revived that bad, terrible point in time again. And yeah, I don't know. What she says about the design about her, I do have a follow-up article here. Is she pertaining to this? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. She should pertain. This one on the right, it doesn't look great to me. Or maybe this is the old one. This kind of looks like this one is bad. This one on the left looks terrible. I did see the clip where the hairstyle kept getting replaced for various different characters that have the similar facial structure. Yeah, anyway, she made it worse, you know. She did it, for Christ's sake. You're a voice actress. You're not a designer. You're not part of the core team. You're not part of the art process or the design process of the character. Like, just do your job, please. Don't cause any more division between the community.
Your nose, you have no nose, the tiniest nose. And I think because of that precedence, people feel understandably let down.
Ooh, no. As far as I know, chat, the new characters before this controversy was that everyone was happy with the new characters. Everyone was saying, "Oh, Overwatch got a surge of new players because the new characters were good looking, the new characters were fun to play." And now you set this precedent again, going back to when people were angry with the character designs or the change in character designs. And yeah, anyway,
Overwatch is a trailblazer at challenging that, right? Of trying to break those molds.
That was the point when they started challenging the norms is when the game fell off. Okay, that started when the game started a lot of backlash, a lot of people leaving, a lot of people angry. It's only this recent time before you sparked another outrage that people were happy with the new character designs.
Trying to explore the bounds of what it means to be good, what it looks like to be heroic. And I think the result we got says something else. It says something that leaves a bad taste in our mouths. It's not the bold, optimistic swing that we know Overwatch to make, and it's a look that isn't congruent with her personality, right? She looks like the younger sibling. She looks more...
What's wrong with being the younger sibling? Just because you're younger, does that mean you're inferior? Is that what she's saying? I don't think that's true either. That sounds like projection to me. Maybe she's the younger sibling. Maybe it's something in her family that kind of belittles the younger sibling. Well, I don't know, chat. Being the younger sibling doesn't automatically mean you're the lesser being, the less capable. I don't know. This sounds like projection to me.
Docile, somehow, as the fire hero. She looks more docile than the most docile peacekeeping support in the game.
I think she looks more docile now. Okay, we'll see later. But anyway.
And I've been seeing everyone's redesigns and quietly bookmarking them, but I wanted you to hear that this concern is important. This is a hill worth dying on. It's worth speaking.
no video game is worth dying on. I'm just saying, okay? But if that's what you want, sure, okay, sure.
On, because I believe that the more we speak up about the things that truly matter to us, the more we'll see ourselves reflected in the world around us. The more we'll see our values in the world around us, right?
People don't want to see values or to be preached at in an entertainment product, okay? These people don't get it. They just don't. Okay. It always has to be something preachy, something they go through in real life has to be applied to an entertainment product. The reason why we consume these products is to escape, to get out of the real world. And you guys are ruining it by inserting it in there. And which is why you're getting so much backlash.
And I want you to know that I shared all of this with the dev team. Not only that, I was encouraged to be as open and honest as possible.
Okay, that should probably change. Like, if you're a VA, stick to big VA. But if you want to say your piece, sure, but we're not. It shouldn't be said. It shouldn't be taken seriously.
To not hold anything back, and it's my hope that this isn't for naught, right? That they see it, they hear it from you all too, and while it's not my position to decide what can be done and what gets.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You said it yourself. Words out of her mouth. It's not your place. So, why?
Done about this. I will keep championing it, championing for the version of her that we all wish for. Right?
No, clearly not. Clearly, you're in the loud minority, as it always was.
Right? And I want you to do the same with boldness, with kindness, and with hopium. Because Overwatch is not an exploration of what the world is. It's an exploration on what the world could be.
No, it's a video game to entertain people and to make money. It's not about how we should perceive the world. It's not a political platform, okay? It's not.
Right? So, much love if you made it all the way here to the end. I hope you
cringe.
have so much fun playing Onron. I know I am, but I'll see you out there.
Yeah. The game didn't need the backlash. It badly needed a win, because Blizzard just lucky because it still has that strong brand recognition and Overwatch being a pioneer of the genre. If not, this game would have died because of all the incorrect decisions that Blizzard made over the years with regards to Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, the character designs, the unfulfilled promises, and now, just when they were about to rebound, they chose to do this. So anyway, yeah. Okay. So now that I watched the entire thing. So yeah, I agree with most people saying that, this is a terrible take and the dev team shouldn't have listened to you. Yeah. So she can be even better, which you made her worse. She already had a good initial design. So yeah, time will tell what's gonna happen. It's kind of a hit or miss at this point. I don't know, chat. Do you think Blizzard will kind of backtrack on this? I don't think so. I think because like I think it's kind of for them. It shows weakness that they're gonna backtrack again, and they're gonna upset the people they pandered to begin with if they do that. So yeah, it's a shame because these 5 new heroes, I know they were well received at first, and then she had to open her mouth and say what she said. Oh, this character is a terrible looking character. You have to change her face to be more. I don't know, to be a strong and more strong and independent. Probably that's probably the best way to describe it. And yeah, this is more. I think this is more in line with the old design. I'm not sure. Can chat correct me? But yeah, she looks more distinct with these eyes, in my opinion. It is rather than this looks. I feel like I've seen too many of these already. I've seen the clip on X where they just kept replacing the hair with different characters, and it looks so. It looks just the same. They kind of ruined it. that the old face like made her very more distinct compared to the other characters, but now she looks the same from compared to everyone else, to many of the other characters. And yeah, okay, Overwatch is a trailblazer. No, it's a trailblazer in terms of being one of the pioneers of the game, not in terms of preaching identity politics. It's you took advantage of that trailblazing, and yeah, it's I don't know. The old dog at Blizzard is gone, and yeah, that's yeah, not yeah. This one, right? I think this is the old one. The eyes look more different here. I prefer this one, right? Am I wrong that it's this? Or is this? I'm getting confused, but mm, I do prefer the more chinky-eyed version than this big one. I do, but again, I'm not deep into the Overwatch scene. My best friend is though. He does play a lot of Overwatch because like he doesn't really have a lot of time to play single player games. He has a family, so yeah. Anyway, so time will tell if Blizzard um will change it back, but I don't think so. Given modern day Blizzard, I don't think, which is a shame. Like they were starting to turn around, and then they do this stuff, and it just shows they still hire activists. And yeah, it's slow. I think Western gaming, with especially with companies like Activision, Blizzard, with those under Microsoft in particular, they're kind of dying a slow death. They kind of are, especially compared to the East, where they're releasing games that cater to us, the paying customer gamers, who actually know what they want, and we want attractive characters. We want escapism in our video games, not this preaching. Anyway, let's read the comments. There's a lot. Is her eyebrow shaved? Yeah. She has that typical look of that crowd. I didn't say anything anymore because, like, I'm more concerned about what she has to say than how she wants to style herself. Voice actors should never have a say in designs. Exactly. They just give their mediocre voice, and that should be it. That's true. Do what the job description says, and let the designers let the designers cook, and do what you specialize in. If you don't agree with the design, that's not your problem. Your only concern is do your best with the voiceover and get paid. That's it. I don't know why you have to insert your political beliefs in it. No problem exists. I agree. Exactly. That's what she said. She admitted it later on in the video. She even said, "I know." What did she say again? That she doesn't have a. She doesn't. It's not her place to say, and then you made the video anyway. So just goes to show her character. Yeah, unfortunately, Ravned, they did. Overwatch is truly dead if they listen. But the thing is, Blizzard has that strong brand recognition because they're the pioneers in gaming. So they still have a dedicated fan base. So regardless of the IP, Diablo still has players, Warcraft still has players. So Blizzard really cemented their branding, at least to a certain degree. Ozempic chick is what Cynthia Review and Aria Grande are sporting. Yeah, exactly. And you see how they look like. They look really terrible. Is she saying that she wants the character she voices to be less attractive? Yeah, I think so. Or if she doesn't mean that she doesn't realize that that's just what she's saying. And again, it's like, what's wrong being the younger sibling? It's like I feel like there's something deep rooted within her. Like she might have an older sister, an older brother who maybe was perceived to be more successful. That's what I understood according to what she said to that. Is she? Yeah, absolutely. That doesn't look like a natural. Yeah, let me go. Yeah, that doesn't look like natural color to me. So that's definitely contact lenses for sure. Companies need to replace these weird voice actors with AI at this point. Yeah, the AI wouldn't be making changes to the material. Yeah, exactly. Given like you can do voice cloning now, You know, you can just cut them a deal. What game was that? I forgot what game did we talk about this where an actor like he said a few voice lines in his actual voice, and then the rest were AI generated. Then he gets a cut of that. You know, just do that so that they for the good ones anyway, for the ones that deserve it, not these political activists. I never played Overwatch. I never felt a need to play it. I don't really care about the story. Well, yeah, it's like it's something that you know. I it's an old it's old already, even though it's been out earlier this week. But I feel like it's still needed to be talked about because like this can happen to our single player games too. So that's why I feel like you know it's if we don't call them out, we don't talk back about this, it's gonna permeate to our more beloved franchises, more beloved IP. I would be outraged if they did this to, like Trails in the Sky. They did this to Fire Emblem. Yeah, I would be angry. But yeah, it happened to bigger games. That's the thing. So it can happen to the smaller ones for sure. I don't mind something like Eleg for Overwatch or even Breedy, but they want to make her feel like that Steel Frontiers bitch. But I think they include these characters for activist reasons. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know the character lineup for Overwatch, so I'm not familiar with the references, Rabned. But yeah, in terms of the last part you said, it's like they're doing it for to preach. They're not really after the best interest of making the game successful. As long as their political beliefs are out there, that's all that matters. AI is knocking the door for voice acting jobs. Yep. Uh, like if they're behaving this way alongside the way translators from of Japanese games behave, it's only they're expediting their the end of their career by doing this. I'd rather just be the developer's badly disguised fetish. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is they paid attention to this VA. Barely disgusted, yeah. Joey Tribbiani, she's a stupid liberal woman. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you didn't have she set this on herself. She didn't have to. She really didn't. She could have just did her voice work, take the paycheck. That's it. Be at peace. She didn't have to do this. But even then, I don't care that much about including certain types of characters. It feels forced. I think that's a bigger problem with regards to these types of games because like the way you monetize these multiplayer games is you put in new characters. I think at some point it's not. I don't think it's a woke or progressive issue. It's more of like the longevity of a live service game issue because like over time you're gonna run out of ideas. At least that's what I feel. You're gonna run out of ideas of characters to put in live service game if you want to keep it going for the next 20 years. You're gonna start putting characters that are not as great as the originals. I think it's a problem of a live service video game. Remember, Epstein is in part to blame for the tyranny without the characters in your favorite games. Okay, I'm not sure, but Epstein did a lot of horrible stuff. So the original design was cute. The redesign looks aggressively mid. Congrats on aggressive. Yeah, that's what I feel too. At least it looked unique. I'm not saying she looks like Eve from Stellar Blade, but it looked more unique. It looked more distinct, in my opinion, compared to the other faces, at least the other faces of the female characters that I've seen. Blizzard backtrack. They're already laming. Yeah, that was really fast of them too. That was really fast of them to backtrack just because one person said it. Well, like as far as I know, the Chinese community is also angry with this change. Like change her back to her form. Yeah. Feel free to use tyranny without the first Y as a thing if you want. Yeah. People working at Blizzard are largely woke. Yep. They jumped at the chance to change it for that audience. No hope they turn around. Yeah. And the thing for Blizzard though, it's such a foundational company for the video games industry as a whole. That's why they're still alive. That's the only thing that's keeping them afloat. It's kind of like, those slop tubers on decline. The reason why they're still alive is because they're the pioneers. It's like that pioneer factor is really holding a lot of things in place. Whereas if it's a new player in the game, they would already be shutting down. I saw what I think was the concept art, but I'm not particularly invested in the stories to say for sure. Yeah, I'm not that sure either. Yeah. I'm sure like if I make this a segment in the channel later, I'm gonna get a lot of backlash. Oh yeah, I was actually praising the new design or something like that. I'm not too sure. uh Marvel Rivals, yeah, absolutely. It's like, it's yeah, you reminded me, Rabna. It's like, if you see Emma Frost uh or Sue Storm, right? It's like it's the exact opposite. And look how Marvel Rivals is doing compared to modern day Overwatch. Doing much better. Okay. Sure, we get better games that are fun. We're funding the malevolent CCP. But here's the thing though, but like as much as the CCP, like love it or hate it, at least they're making the games we want, you know? Is that really a bad thing if they're making I'd rather they make the games if they're making the better ones down the line. But my only issue with China games is like they rely too much on copying. Like when I said earlier when I live streamed on my own 2 weeks ago, like it's all of them look like Souls games. All of them look kind of samey in anime, over the top animation. All of them look like Black Myth Wukong. That I feel like they just need to learn how to be more original. Like the moment they do that, not just copy Expedition 33, not just copy Dark Souls. The moment they start becoming more original and be more diverse, I don't mind them taking over. I really don't. If Western video games continue to go down this route, I don't mind them. I don't mind them being the new dominant space. I want Korea to dominate instead, honestly, and maybe Japan. Japan, I feel like they're getting back together, especially with the recent events in their politics. You know, they're bringing back the conservative regime. As far as I know, she won in a landslide. I forgot her name. I'm not deep into politics, but I know the conservative side is won by a huge mile. So I think Japan is going back. So that means good for me. Better JRPGs and better games from Japan. No more DEI ESG. And Korea, I think Stellar Blade set the precedent for Korea. We're gonna see more sexy characters after like Stellar Blade won awards by the government too. I can see Korea, a lot of a lot of variants of attractive female characters in the video games to come, not just Shift Up. I would think many other Korean studios would follow that blueprint. Japan's attraction to wokeness driven by corporate greed and not ideal. Yeah, a part of me, maybe some actually do, but very, very few. And I think they're learning the hard way, especially like Square already learned. Bandai Namco, they're on their way there. There's still a lot of woke stuff like Code Vein 2, for example, the censorship and all that. They're they're on their way there. But I think as a whole, Japan is like retracting and kind of realizing they made a mistake, and they learned it the hard way. They had to lose money to be able to learn that lesson. AI does need to clone a voice. Most voice actors are not anybody has ever heard. Original voices by AI would fit the bill easily. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. And it's so you don't need to formally hire someone anymore. That's a huge cost save when it comes to development. So it's like as long as like that you get a particular data of good articulated phrases or sentences, that's enough to clone already a good voice for AI. Fire Emblem looks fine. Yeah, yeah. I think Fortune's Weave looks fine. I do. I'm excited for Fortune's Weave, and I do hope it really comes out this year, which I think Nintendo will commit. I imagine it's probably gonna release in the Burr months because they haven't announced it yet. Earliest probably June or July, but I don't think so. I think Nintendo would have said something by now. Yes, yes, they are. It's like following up with Three Houses, and I did not play Engage, but I think there are some attractive characters there as well. Oh, we got a raid. Sorry. My YouTube is not open. Oh wait, let me see. Oh, okay, maybe incoming raid. Maybe incoming raid. Yeah, okay. Thanks for the heads up, B-man. We'll take note. We'll take note of it. Or did he already? Oh wait, he already raided. He already. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at my StreamYard. That's why. Yeah. Welcome, Raiders. It's just me today. Phil is having his Valentine's date with Blair White. So it's just boring old me today. More of like, the timid, more calm demeanor. No Fuda content. But yeah, thank you. Welcome. So yeah, and X-Wing, hope you had a good stream. I think you were playing Helldivers. Yeah, hope you had fun with it. I might check out Helldivers in the future. I've been meaning to, but I never get around it. Leon recently asked one of his streams if female characters in games should be at least be beautiful instead of always being sexy. I think it should depend on the game. I think okay. I'm kind of like the in between with regards to. I think in general they should be attractive, but at the same time, I don't think we should get an Eve all the time. I don't think it should be insanely, our ideal woman all the time. I like if there's an ugly character, it should be very contextual with the story, not intentional or politically driven. Yeah, that's what I think about that with regards to that. If there, generally speaking, the attractive better, but we don't need an Eve all the time. Because I think there's gonna be a fatigue at some point if we make it Eve like all the time. But generally speaking, yeah, I think we should have attractive characters. If it's an ugly character, for to drive a point in the story, kind of like JRPG, like notification to the pop rain here. It's yeah, it didn't appear for me either. But anyway, yeah, welcome Raiders. Uh, Beardo's also raiding, or is it Beardo and X-wing? Is it the bro science right? Oh, it's a bro science right? Okay. Yeah, thank you Raiders. Yeah, it's just me today. It's just boring old me. A Phil stream is a popular stream. Just look at all the Raiders. Yeah, I hope so. I hope to live up to it. I try my best anyway, but it's just that Phil has more of the energy, that something that I hope to aspire to one day. Yeah, thank you, B-Man, for shouting out the channels. Yeah, please do that. Okay. Yeah, Phil went to the library for Valentine's. Should I show it again? Never mind. Nah, I've showed that so many times. So I have the evidence. Phil provided me the evidence that he's with Blair White right now. Okay. As long as Bandai leaves From Software alone, I'm good. Is From Software still under Bandai or is it under Sony? I'm confused with Kadokawa and From Software. Are they both tied together or is Kadokawa different from From Software? I'm not sure. But the thing is, I think Namco Bandai lost their touch because with I played Code Vein 2 and I made a video Code Vein 2. I feel like they kind of lost their way with regards to designing a Souls like. Because my semi review of Code Vein 2 is that I feel like they missed the mark in a lot of things in terms of open world level design. It's bad. It's clunky to explore. It's janky. The environments look really bland, and the boss fights rely too much on the all the boss patterns are the same. It's like they spam you with insane amounts of attacks with a small attack window. Not like before. I feel like you have a reasonable time window to attack them, so that you'll be more strategic and more methodical with your attack. Here it's like, oh, you have to keep dodging autistically with your with all the attacks and then attack. Which for me, it's like it got stale. It really did. And like there's a lot of cheap tricks with the boss fights. Like example, if a boss attack, just one attack where it causes the ground to be foggy, so you can't see an animation where you need to see the animation for you to evade it. For me, it's like at this point in 2026, I think you should have the attention to detail to be able to foresee that already. It's like just because you couldn't see the animation, you weren't able to dodge it. That's not for me. That's something you should be able to dodge, or it's a hit that you didn't deserve. Because had I seen that animation, I would have been able to dodge it and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm not sure what happened with Code Vein 2. It's like, yeah, Code Vein 2 had so much things set against it. So sadly, I don't think there's gonna be a Code Vein 3, given how this sequel is doing. Scooby Pup defended Code Vein 2 on stream. Well, a lot of it is overblown. Okay, I don't know who Scooby Pup is, but for me, as someone who played, I wanted to like Code Vein 2. I wanted to make a full featured video on my personal channel about how I want to praise it, but there's just so many things about it for me that hold it back. There's, what's the differentiation of Code Vein 2? the story. It's deep. It has deeper story and characters compared to your average Souls game, at least compared to the other Souls games. And the gooning, number 2, the gooning. So the gooning part we already know. They censored it. So one differentiation kind of, inferior compared to the first Code Vein. And wait, okay, the gooning and the strong okay, the narrative. I've recruited all the characters that you can in the game, and it's just it's not great. Okay, it's not great. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna go to a little bit of spoiler territory just to prove my point. I might as well talk about it since yeah, I might as well talk about it. Let's no. To those who are looking to play Code Vein 2, let me try to look for it. I do think it's worth highlighting. My point being, the narrative is a lot weaker. Oh, okay. Someone can make the argument that it's not as good in Code Vein 1 2, Code Vein 1 anyway. But my point being is, given it's a sequel, my standards are higher and the game is more expensive. So I am expecting better narrative in the sequel. So wait, let me look for that. There's this one character one party member, Xenon. Let's see. Let me look for that. Yeah, okay, this one. It's for me, this is one of the things that killed it for me. Why I stopped playing the game. It's not this in particular, but this is definitely not Code Vein 2, in my opinion. Because like Code Vein 2, the plot is darker into end of the world, vampires, people becoming vampires, people's non-vampires getting their blood taken from them. They're being blood bags. So it's pretty dark in tone. And then you introduce something like this. Wait, let me... correct me if I'm wrong, but does this feel like out of place to you?
Better tomorrow.
Oh wait, sorry. Wait, my headphones.
In a world covered by darkness, joy slipping away. Peace on a vein and let Eggroll reign. Paint a new dawn on the day. Pledge your life and let your soul.
They made a Disney song. They placed a Disney song for a particular for your party member. So I don't know.
For life, raise your voice and unleash a war cry. And when the golden sun rises, we'll know that our day has come. Tomorrow is written too.
It killed the vibe for me. It really did. It killed it. I don't know. It's like, I feel like this is so out of place. It's so forced. I was like, oh, you know what's a good cutscene to place in our dark game? A Disney song. I don't know. That's anyway. Yeah, I'm kind of ranting about the game already, but I didn't put this in my videos to mitigate spoils. Or I think by the time when I was making this video, I haven't reached this part yet. So yeah. I think I'll play it when I get it at a discount. It's not the worst game. I'm not gonna say it's a terrible game, but it's not worth $70 in my opinion. So I think I've made it clear. I don't like the game that much. Phil was overthrown by the people, Grace, and you king of the stream. That's not true. Nobody wants to play as ugly character. Exactly. And yeah, that's the... I'm not sure if this is still Code Vein or if this is still Overwatch, but one of the good things about Code Vein 2 was the attractive characters. And it's a shame. There's still attractive characters like Holly, but the censorship really killed it. It really set a really bad precedent or terrible marketing online. If there's character creation by the user, they can make whatever they want. Exactly. They didn't have, or just stick to what the original game originally had. You didn't have to, censor the cleavage or censor, the Botox and stuff like that. Separate raids. I didn't get the notif. That sucks. Anyway, but yeah, thank you, Raiders. Thank you so much. Stream is a bit laggy. It's out of my control, sadly. It's like I do have two ISPs already set up in my PC. Yeah, I should consider getting Starlink in the near future. It's not. It's pretty priced pretty decently. The problem is the idea that all characters look like this or that. Just let it happen naturally. Yep. Don't let the woke activists have a say. That's all there is to it. From Software's Bandai, Sony, and Nintendo of all people. Yeah. Yeah. It's the thing is like, and I think From Software's, because ever since Dark Souls became mainstream, they were forced to make Souls game after Souls game after Souls game. That's what I feel. And I don't know. But yeah, that's really the inevitable path of going full on corporate. Or if you become full mainstream in the gaming sphere, you'll be asked to make the same game again and again and again. Fire Emblem's good at making hot villains and ugly villains. You have good examples of characters like Garnef, who's repulsive, and Cornelius, incredible design. I don't know who Garnef is. Is that from Engage? Cornelia, I know. I definitely know who Cornelia is from Three Houses. Lightsaber, thank you with the memberships. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Hail Raiders. Okay. Don't mean to hoard all the chatting, guys. Yeah, it's fine. It's actually me who's reading all the chats, so it's okay, Ramnad. Okay, I see. Got it. But I mean, she's free to have her own. If she really likes the game, I'm not gonna tell her to not like it. If she really enjoyed the experience, then yeah, good on her. I'm glad she's happy. My camera's lagging bad. Yeah, that's the thing. It's my voice going. It happens a lot. If it's really bad, I can turn it off for a while. Just let me guys know. It's because I feel like it's so distracting with me lagging really hard. So I might as well just turn it off and continue to commentate. I canceled Code Vein 2 after a lot of Souls-like players reviewed it. Yeah, that's the thing. And another thing, they set themselves up for defeat too to compete with Neo 3. Neo is like, that's one of the better received Souls games, and you're competing toe to toe with that game. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Bandai Namco was thinking. Wasn't Xenon the name of a series of Disney Channel? That I'm not sure. But after seeing that cutscene, his introductions, like, yeah, they don't know what they were doing. They didn't know what they were doing. Evil likes musical theater, I suppose. Yeah, but that cutscene really doesn't belong in this video game. That's what I say. That is gay. Yes, absolutely, Shaggy Tits. Yeah, shout out to Rumble. I'm not checking Rumble right now, but yeah. Shout out to the people at Rumble. Thank you so much. Watch some. Oh, okay, that's an old one. I never got to play that one. I only got to play like Fates as my oldest title, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Hot villains and ugly villains is an anime staple. One Piece is fantastic example with villains who range from normal looking to deformed. The thing is though, it's like that's not necessarily true with Nihon Falcom Rabnad. If I'm gonna show another I showed this last time I went solo, but that's the thing is Nihon Falcom also makes attractive villains, as I have come to learn 2 weeks ago, Rabnet. I'm not sure if you were here when I showed it with Trails in the Sky second chapter. Let me show my screen again. So they also make attractive villains, man. Let me skip. Where is it? Over here. Yeah. There we go. They make she's a villain, this one. I don't know who she is. I'm gonna find out when I get the game, but villains can be attractive too. The villains can be attractive too. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't have have to be the heroes. The villains can be too. Yeah, I'm excited for this game. It's my most anticipated video game. Yeah. So the video keeps pausing, not the sound. Okay, it might be better if I just. Okay, I'll just keep my screen on. I believe it's better. There we go. Yeah, I feel like it's getting really distracting, guys. If it's just, if it's me lagging really hard. This is this in the game. Yes, Nagy. These are in the game. Wait, let me show it again. This is gameplay trailer. Yeah. And the thing is, it's funny. It's like the first trailer, they hit it on purpose. Where was it? Where was it? They did not show the cleavage in the first trailer. So I didn't know she had those until they showed the second trailer 2 weeks ago. So it's like, holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. It's, or wait, are you or is this oh, sorry, I think you're pertaining to Code Vein. Yeah, it's in the game. It's really out of place. It's really bad. That's why it's like I got so turned off by it's like, yeah, this guy didn't have to be in the game. That's what I feel. Yeah, it's his intro cutscene because like every new party member has a new intro cutscene. So yeah, it's bad. It is. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, let me. Okay, I think I've dwelled too long on this one. So anyway, so more gaming stuff. Let's move on to our next topic. So yeah, anyway, if you have nothing good to say about a video game and you just want to uglify your characters, you just don't say anything, please. If you want the game to succeed, just shut up. Anyway, okay, that's it for Overwatch. Okay, this one we're gonna take a while, even though I talked a shit ton about it last week, but it is what do you call this? It is a recurring topic that I feel I need to talk about, and that is. Oops, not that one. My bad, my bad. No, 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 no. That is High Guard. So yeah. So everyone heard the news by now. In case you're living under the rock, Wildlight is experiencing massive layoffs, but they're pretty much a dead studio. No way the remaining people are gonna stay for a while. So if I refresh this, yeah, it's like they're even having a hard time cracking 3K now. So yeah, this game is pretty much dead. Who could have seen it coming? Oh my god! Like, yeah, we tried telling them that this is not good, but then again, what could they like? Given how they handled it, how they unveiled the game when it's already about to launch, they were kind of powerless already to make the changes. So yeah, so apparently, okay, that's kind of small. Today, we made an incredibly difficult decision to part ways with a number of team members. It's going to be everyone. It's going to be everyone of our team members while keeping a core group of developers to continue while innovating and supporting the game. Yeah, you don't have the budget anymore to make this happen. I mean, if you're firing key people, how are you going to do this, first of all? And then, secondly, you don't have the cash flow to sustain this. So this is pretty much a dead studio, which is sad. Things could have been different had they decided to go do things differently. I think they could have still been around. I think they could have made a good game that people wanted to play and not be as expensive as a live service. And we're proud of Team Talent. Okay, fine. You can have that as a closer. It's okay to be proud about of your achievements for sure. But at the same time, you have to acknowledge that it's the market that will dictate if a game lives and dies, as I said 2 weeks ago. And yeah, it's sad. But what I do want to talk about is the post of one of the those who got laid off. I think he's at the emotional highs of being let go. So he kind of posted this. Okay, let me close these. This is the one I kind of want to focus on. His article on us toxic gamers is the reason why the game failed. Look, I keep saying you give us too much credit. You give content creators too much credit that with regards to whether or not we dictate the course of the game of how a game performs. Do we have some impact? Yeah, probably. But are we the be all and end all if a video game gets to be profitable or not? No, absolutely not. not even Asmongold, not even all the prominent streamers nowadays, all the big gaming content creators in this sphere. Like at the end of the day, if we don't like it, but the general audience does, then the game will thrive. The game will survive. And if it doesn't, then yeah, this is what happens. Okay, reflecting on ship. Okay, I'm gonna try to be as objective as possible when reading this, and then commentating on what I have to say. Okay, I'm gonna try to remove the bias as much as possible. Reflecting on shipping my first game, High Guard. Apologies for the line. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna talk about it. Uh, been wanting to say a lot about this for a while. Yeah, for sure. You made a long post. The day leading to the Game Awards 2025 was amongst the most exciting of my life. After 2.5 years of passionately working on High Guard, we were ready to reveal it to the world. The future seemed bright. Yeah, okay, let's start off. That's the thing. It's like, look, I'm not gonna pretend like if I were in their shoes, I would immediately resist the prospect of being marketed in the Game Awards for free. Okay, let's just okay, because they're gonna say, oh, we didn't pay $1 million and shit like that. Okay, fine. Let's assume that they're getting it. They got the slot for free. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like if I were them, I would immediately reject it. But a part of them should have considered that if they were to be placed at the final, whether you love or hate the Game Awards, they're the most influential awards right now in the video game sphere. Watch these things for, whether it's the awards or the reveals. So a part of them should have considered, are we really ready to be introduced with that amount of pressure? Being the last hype of the most prominent game event of the year. It's like they should have said maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe we're setting that bar that we in no shape or form we can meet. At least like I think they should have thought of that, even though it's free marketing. Like if it's like, if they had the slot of Divinity or if they had the slot of Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic, I think it would have been fine. I think they wouldn't have gotten the backlash or the dislikes that they did, except that it's the final slot. And yeah, it's like it's kind of self-inflicted in a way, but at the same time, a part of me kind of gets why they chose to do it. But nah, at the end of the day, I think they shouldn't have done it. Everyone knew who had any connection to the team or project had the same sentiments. Okay, this is lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. Yeah, this one's the worst of them all, in my opinion. This has mainstream hit written all over it. There's no way this will flop. I could play this game all day. So what this sounds like to me, all this, especially this third one, this is the worst culprit of them all. You placed yourself in an extremely, extremely positive echo chamber. Like nothing negative was gonna reach you with the environment that you placed yourselves in. It's very clear with the shorts that they sent out before the game's release, where they invited content creators to play their game and to sign an NDA. Oh, the game is really, really good, really fun gameplay, really fast-paced, really high adrenaline. It has so many things going for it. You placed yourself in such a way where you're never gonna get the negative feedback you needed to pivot the game or to shape the game to where it needed to be at least acceptable. So yeah, it's like even the best video games in development, like who would say something like this? Like, if there's one project nobody in this industry is worried it will fail, it's yours. Like even the best of the best projects, even GTA 6, for example, there's gonna be people who will be worried that it might not live up. At least that's what I think. I'm not. I don't think there's a group of people in Rockstar saying, yeah, our game is impossible. It's impossible that it will fail. I don't think so. It's the reason why it's getting delayed so much. It's because there's still worries that it might not live up. And the fact that a new studio, is saying something like this or receiving this kind of feedback, it's dangerous. And yeah, it's really self-inflicted looking back retrospectively on why the game shut down the way it did. You surrounded yourself with people who were never gonna say what you needed to hear, but just what you wanted to, is all I have to say about these 5 quotes. Okay, so I think this is, yeah, you placed yourself in that environment where, yeah, hubris is probably the best word that I use, to be honest. The internal pre-review feedback, even from okay, I disagree. This is not, no chat. These feedback, it doesn't sound unbiased. This sounds like it came from your colleagues, it came from your families and friends. Okay, it doesn't sound like outside sources of gamers who are well versed in the genre, who are very constructive in their criticism. Doesn't sound that way. Doesn't seem unbiased. Was quite positive, and where it was negative, it was constructive and often action. Then you should have given examples here if there was something negative. But since you didn't say anything about it being negative, I'm assuming that not really. You didn't really receive anything negative. If there was something negative, you should have included it here, in my opinion. That would have strengthened your case. But no, I don't see anything. People who played the game, including us, had a hey guys, the game I developed, it's so good. Yeah, no shit, you're gonna say that. And since we were an independent, self-published studio built with royalties in mind, many of us were hoping this could finally be the thing that broke the millennial financial curse. Well, yeah, it's nothing wrong to aspire. Nothing wrong to aspire. But again, you needed to have a place where you can receive feedback that you can act on, and people who are brutally honest with what how the game is compared to everything else in the market. Like, it's like I said before, it's one thing if you're making a single player game like a JRPG or an indie roguelite, where it's okay to have the same gameplay mechanics as other games, but you're penetrating a highly saturated live service market. You really need that differentiation, which you guys didn't. What you guys did was just inserted Minecraft, Fortnite, what else? ARPG loot mechanics to your live service shooter, and it didn't stick. It really didn't. But then the trailer came out, and it was downhill from them. Yep, exactly. Content creators love to pinpoint the bias in folks who give positive previews after being flown out for event. Yeah, which is true. Which is true, because what they said didn't reflect on the final sentiment or the final product. That's why. But ignore the fact that when their negative leaning content gets 10 times engagement of the positive, they've got just as much incentive to lean into a disingenuous direction, whether consciously or not. That's the thing. Why do you immediately say that it's disingenuous just because it's negative? And look, the people flown out for an event. Imagine this: you pay, you ask the content creator you paid their bills to fly to your event. You gave them free food, free drinks, and first dips on a secret game that the public does not know about. Do you really think that they're gonna be, at the very least, less, less strict or lowering their standards in terms of critiquing the game? Do you really think there's going to be no bias whatsoever? I I don't know. If that was me, if they took me out there, it's gonna happen, guys. It really is. When I make a video, it's like, oh, hey guys, I was flown out by Wildlight to try out this new game. There's gonna be some positive bias in there compared to the average person who's trying this out for the first time, who never got that treatment. That's something you're gonna have to acknowledge. And yeah, it's this. Yeah, I really think at this point in time, this dev is still under copium. He's still pretty much hurt after what happened. Getting laid off after 1 month the game released. Yeah, it's like you got to learn to take feedback, man. If you want to get hired and you're having this attitude, it's not going to do you any favors. The hate started immediately. In addition to dogpiling on the trailer, I personally came under fire due to my naivete on Twitter. Oh, okay, that's on you. You should know what the internet is like. As someone working on a computer game, you should be more well versed with online stuff, which almost all of my now former coworkers had learned to avoid during the previous game. Here's what happened. It's like they thought, oh shit, look, we're gonna get so much good reception. We're gonna get so much like Apex Legends, like Respawn Entertainment. We're gonna be the GOAT thanks to Jeff. What happened is the exact opposite. And I can only imagine what their facial expression is as you read the comments in the YouTube video or in the posts. From smiling, slowly becoming horrified. I can imagine that's what their facial expression was. But yeah, that's the reality. When you showed it to the real world the first time and not in your echo chamber, that was gonna happen. After setting my Twitter account to private to protect my sanity. Okay, yeah, I get that. That's fine. Many content creators made videos and posts about me and my cowardice. Well, you did what were people supposed to do? You did post, you did express yourself publicly. If you didn't want the backlash, then do not show yourself publicly. It's that simple. Like, I don't want if I don't want my personal problems out there, then I shouldn't say anything about it. Dude, it's that simple. Amassing millions of views and who cares, first of all? And again, you said you opened yourself up out there. You caused that problem, and inadvertently sending hundreds of angry gamers to my again. You did this. You did this to yourself. They laughed at me for being proud of the game. They told me to get out the McDonald's applications and mocked me for listing my autism in my bio. Okay. Laughed at me for being proud of the game. That's fine, dude. It happens to everybody. There are games that I like that people don't, and I get backlash for that. I get a lot of insults. There are TV shows that I don't like that I reviewed. There are movies that I reviewed that I got backlash for, and they called me whatever names. And worse, it's fine. It's the internet, dude. Mock me for this. We didn't have to know. Again, you're sharing too much. You're sharing too much details about yourself. You didn't have to share this. This is more like, hey guys, give me extra credit, or give me, be more lenient in me because I have this, which is cringe in my opinion, which they seem to think was evidence that would be woke trash. Again, this is the internet. You didn't have to share this. There's much constructive criticism that can be and has been said about high guard marketing and launch. But I don't think it's my place to commentate on that. Yeah, but you should have listened. You should listen to this more. And I think you're not doing this enough. You didn't do this enough, or at least it was already too late. By the time you guys got this, it was already too late. Because again, you decided to shadow drop this. I also didn't think there's any way to know whether the launch would have fared better or worse without the massive spotlight. Yeah, okay. This one I agree with. But I'm more leaning in the camp that you guys would have been better if you shadow dropped it on your own. If you either that or you didn't take the final slot, I think you guys would have fared better. I think everyone as a whole would have been more lenient with regards to what do you call this? In regards to critiquing your game, in regards to showing more leniency in its shortcomings. I think that was the case. I think what you should have done is grow more organically. Take a smaller samples, acquire a smaller sample, a smaller size of gamers who is going to stick to it and point out the things that you can improve, and then work your way up from there. So what happened is because you got such a massive spike in the Game Awards and it dropped so sharply that the people who might have given you a chance instead didn't because of all the negative backlash. That's what I think. But again, the other side of the coin is you wouldn't have gotten this much players if you did otherwise. So I acknowledge that too. But for me personally, I think you should have done the former. We were turned into a joke from minute one, largely due to false assumptions about $1 million. Who cares? Who cares? Like, regardless if it's $1 million or zero, I think it hurts you more than it gave you any benefit. And yeah, I already talked about this earlier. Yeah, again, who cares about this? Who cares about what journalists say? Within minutes, it was decided this game was dead on arrival, and creators now had free rage bait content for a month. Well, it's the nature of the internet, man. The moment you post something out there, we are free to critique it, whether for good or for bad. Whether we think it's good, whether we think it's bad. Every one of our videos on social media got downvoted to hell. Yeah, for sure. Comments sections were flooded with look, if you didn't want to see this, the moment you saw one, then you should have stopped. You should have, stepped out of the internet if you couldn't handle it. If you didn't have the fortitude to handle it, then you didn't have to read all of it. That's all I'm saying. If you really, yeah, this sounds to be, he doesn't have the thick skin that's needed to be a public figure on the internet. At launch, we received over 14K. he's he's so he's so picky. He memorizes the numbers so bad. It really got under his skin. I I myself, who's like critiquing this, I don't even memorize the numbers, and somehow he does. Many didn't even finish the required. If it was required, then how did they not finish it? Anyway, and yeah, this game's gonna die anyway. In discussions online about High Guard, Concord, 2XKO, and such, it is often pointed out by gamers that devs like to blame gamers for their failures. Uh, that's silly, dude. That's what you're doing in this article, man. That's the tone you're setting for this article. As if gamers have no power, but they do. Yeah, they have all of it, dude. They have all of it. So you have to tailor it in such a way that we like it or enough people like it for it to be sustainable, especially for a live service. We have a lot of it. We have all of it. The gamers have all the power. I'm not saying our failure is purely the fault of gamer culture and that the game would have thrived without the negative discourse, but did this have some factor? Yes. But at the end of the day, if your game is good enough, if it's, if enough people liked it a lot to sustain your operations, then you wouldn't be writing this article. The game would still be continuing to get improvements, and yeah, you guys would still have a job. It played the role. Okay, I agree with you there. They played it, but I think you're putting too much gravity on it, is what I'm saying. All products are the whims of the consumers, and the consumers put absurd amounts of effort into. No, it's like, it's, if people really, gamers are really vocal in nature if they feel that the game really sucks. Like, that's just human nature. If they don't like a product, they'll be very vocal against it. And if they like it, they'll preach it to the high moon, to the high heavens. And it worked. It's just that you have to come to terms that there were shortcomings in your video game. I think that's the most important lesson you need to learn if you want to, if whatever next job comes your way, if you want it to work this time, if you want to succeed, I really think you do need to learn to take constructive feedback. There's going to be some shitty ones. There's going to be some mean, slandering, or demeaning feedback for sure. But what's his name? Josh, right? Yeah, Josh, you need to learn how to take the constructive ones. And yeah, hopefully your next project will be a success. But given that you wrote this, I'm just hoping that you're still emotionally high. That's why you wrote something like this, which for me in general was a bad idea. Many of Wildlight's former devs will now be forced to assimilate back into the actual corporate industry, which, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Many gamers accused of Wildlight being a part of. Look, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Given, a lot of people don't have their jobs. Better to be a part of this and have stable income than to not have one. That's what I'm saying. Now every time, and who knows, maybe you stand to learn new things from your old company, because like what's happening now, thanks to stuff like your game, you like, from the makers of a good game, that marketing tactic is now diminished on a massive level. Whenever people say, from the makers of Counter-Strike, from the makers of Overwatch, that's gonna, I think for a lot of people, that's gonna be a red flag moving forward, because yeah, you guys kind of diminished that marketing tactic horribly. Yeah. Now, every time someone thinks about leaving the golden handcuffs behind in favor of making a new multiplayer game the indie way, I don't even, well, yeah, high budget indie, high budget. That's the thing. You guys put into the burn rate you guys set for yourselves was too much. Like, if you got a massive budget, I wouldn't like have a burn rate incredibly fast. As far as I know, you guys operate for almost $1 million a month conservatively with the average salary, Californian salary for game dev. So yeah, it's like, I already knew, like, the moment your game released with those numbers, you weren't gonna last long. Like, there was no way you had enough whales to sustain your operations. No way. If you were a smaller scaled indie dev, that would be another story. I think you would have survived for another year or two if it's a smaller scale game. But I think you guys were too ambitious. This is my opinion. They'll say, but remember how gamers didn't even give Wild Light a chance. You guys had 100K players. We absolutely gave you a chance. Gamers gave you a chance. Soon, if this pattern continues, all that will be left are corporation. Not true. Not true. There's a new game that just released that proved otherwise. What was it called? Mugenics? Mugenics? Yep. This is living proof that it is otherwise. You can make it in the indie space if you know what you're doing. If you provide a game that's people want to play at a smaller scale, you can make it. Like it's very, very often that I'm happy that a lot of indies are getting this kind of attention and this kind of success. You can absolutely make it, man. You do. This is pure copium on your part. Okay. Even if High Guard had a rocky launch, our independent self-published dev studio full of passionate people just trying to make a fun game with zero AI. Okay, dude, nobody cares. If it's a good game, regardless if you had so much how much AI you did with it, if it's a good game and it's like as long as the art was there's not too much brazenly generated, at least people will be fine. It doesn't matter. This is not the win value proposition that you think it is. People don't care. They just don't. If it's a good game, they don't care if it's how much human or AI is involved. Zero corporate oversight, nobody cares. The only aspect that people care about this is the predatory monetization. In terms of management of the development, nobody cares. We deserve to be we deserve the bare minimum of not having our downfall be gleefully manifested. This one is, yeah, again, you're being too much terminally online. And this is me we're talking about. I'm terminally online. If you feel like it's too much, then stop being online, man. It's that simple. Stop being online. Okay. I wish the best of luck of the few who remain at Wildlight and hope High Guard can stay the course. No. Sorry. I don't, dude, it sucks that you lost your job, but I can't see the business being sustainable. I just don't. Chat, I don't know if you guys are experts in server costs for these games, but I can't imagine it being cheap if they're not making enough money. They gotta make a lot of money for it to be sustainable, at least to run the servers. Okay, that's fine. You're free to have that belief. And so do the fans we reach. Okay, that's fine. We continue to champion it on subreddit, Discord, Twitch. Okay, that's fine. People who love the game, okay, good on you. I'm happy that you like it. And even though this adventure has come to an abrupt, emotionally challenge. Okay, yeah, this is why. I don't think you should have posted this with this in mind. I think it would have been better for you to post something like this later on when you had more time to reflect and less emotionally heightened based on what happened. Okay, that's fine. You had a good time with the team. That's okay. Credible. Okay, that's okay. But again, probably a lot of these people gave you the wrong feedback, sadly. Like maybe they genuinely liked it, but I think you needed a bigger sample size. I think you needed more content creators who are far more objective to be able to critique your game. The ones who are more like Asmod, Legendary Drops, the people who are more specialized in this genre to give you constructive feedback so that you could have pivoted and maybe you could still be running up to now. Okay, this image was drawn. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's my take on this thing. I think, yeah, hope Josh picks up the right lessons eventually and then he goes back on his feet. But a lot of this, like he's the tone that he's setting in this article is he's blaming us on why it failed, but it's not true. It really isn't. Had you shown the game earlier, like 1.5 years ago, hey guys, we're working on this. What do you think we could improve? You could have saved the game. I genuinely think you could have saved the game. And okay, okay. I think I can just leave this on. So, and I'll read the comment. Okay, I think I spent a good amount of time reading this and saying my take on it. Okay, let me check the comments. Okay. What lame excuse this? Okay, Painless. I'm not sure if you're still here, but for you, I'll do it. I will do it. She'll feel regretting. I will just for you. Is it a lame excuse? I leave it up to you. I like the art that depicts Makima. Okay, what's this? It's yeah. Okay, Ramnet. I think this is from Overwatch, so I'm not sure. Okay. Oh no, the Concord successor. Positive toxicity is the thing that broke it. Exactly. If you surround yourself with yes men and putting marketing at the worst spot ever, that's on them. Yep. Like it's like especially in a live service, that's not a game you shadow drop, in my opinion. A game as expensive as that. What games were shadow dropped recently? Look, even Hi-Fi Rush, a not that expensive game, but that's still ultimately Microsoft gutted eventually. That's a game that's okay to shadow drop in single player, small scale games that you can pivot in your next project. That's fine. But if all the stakes of the studio are in it, I think you gotta solicit as much feedback as possible, and then in the future you can take riskier ventures on shadow dropping bigger projects when you have the sustainable cash flow. But when you're starting out as a studio, I don't think it's a good idea, as proven by Wildlight Entertainment, sadly. Yeah, exactly. Put on an early beta and listen. Yep. Autism, lots of self-identification going on. This, yeah. It's like when you're putting this out there in your profile, you're opening yourself up to that criticism, whether you're as a means of making fun of you or hurting you. Then you might as well not do it. You didn't have to. 2.5 years for that game, yeah. Apparently. So imagine like if their burn rate is like $1 million a month, $1 million a month. So how much money did they burn? $1 million a month. So they burnt 30M already, and they obviously needed something to sustain a monthly minimum a month burn rate, which they weren't gonna get with that amount of players right now. Who's going? Yeah, exactly. That's a part of me. That's like a part. It's like if that was me, if I was part of Wildlight Entertainment, example, I'm like the head of marketing for Wildlight Entertainment, and Jeff Keighley approached me. Hey, Grae, I really like your game. Do you want to be on the last slot of your game? I'll do it for free. Other game companies pay millions, but since I like the game so much, I'll do it for free. It's like a part of me is gonna think twice. I'm not gonna say, "Oh, I'm immediately gonna say no." It's like that's wishful thinking. That's kind of like being very ignorant. I get the difficult part of making a decision at that point, but yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of on a mixed bag with regards to that aspect. Yes, exactly. That's huge. That's a lot of people giving you a chance to, but ultimately they didn't like it. Then they're gonna go back to their favorite game. They're gonna go back to Valorant. They're gonna go back to what do you call this? Okay, let me go back to. Let me go back to at least. Wait. Yeah, just for They're gonna go back to their Valorants, their Apex Legends, their PUBGs, whatever is their favorite live service games. Again, there's only so many live services one player can play. It's not like my case, right? I play a lot of JRPGs, one JRPG to the next. So I can play plenty of JRPGs. Not like live service players. They can't, because it's such a skill-based competitive game. They can only invest to 1, 2 maximum. Okay, not that everyone he connected to the team had the same positive views. It goes to show that being connected to the team was the issue. Yes, exactly. You needed someone outside looking in. If Asmongold was there, legendary drops were there, they could have massively overhauled the game for the better. The fact that he admits that this was hoped to be the long-awaited payday that many of the team had longed for goes to show that these projects are not about the art. Yeah, it's like if it's really all about creativity, it's Hero. I wouldn't put Hero live service to be on that category. I wouldn't. There's so many competitive S games out there. It's like if innovation was really the hallmark of is the inception, live service first person competitive shooter is not it. It should have been another genre. It should have been a smaller scale genre where you could operate in a much more sustainable pace. Bad food, no guests, bad movie, it flops. Bad show, it gets canceled. Bad games, it's the player's fault. Yeah, exactly. But arguably for the Wokies, bad movie, it's still our fault. And bad show. Bad food, yeah, that it's not the customer's fault, fortunately. For the others, it's the Wokies blame us. Yep, it's not the negative reviews that caused the 97K people to tune out. Exactly. The argument that it would have been better if nobody knew they dropped the game would seem to go against marketing 101. Yeah, I don't know. I'm in the camp where it was too much. I think it was overly exposed. We're overly exposed, especially. I think the market of the Game Awards is not the. It's not the Valorant crowd. It's not the League of Legends crowd. It's not the PUBG crowd. It's people like us who are more well aware of the trends of gaming news and more who keep up to date with like Expedition 33, with JRPGs and stuff like that. It's not the highly mass crowd. Maybe if they set themselves up in that kind of events where it's marketed towards them, more like the esports crowd, maybe they would have been more lenient. Maybe they would have been less harsh. But I think it's the wrong event to be, or at least wrong slot. The bare minimum, it shouldn't be the final slot. Yep, I didn't like the game. I'm a bigot. I'm a toxic gamer. Yeah. From the developers that brought you DAW. Yeah, they should stop that. I think for future devs who planned on marketing this, I think they're gonna think twice when they decide to market this. One man's trash is another one's treasure. Yep. But no one wanted this. Yep. Or at least not enough. In this case, not enough people wanted it. And yeah, sad. What could have been a good run for them, it turned out to be gone. It really is Concord 2, except that they lasted twice as long. Or a little more than twice as long as Concord. Yep, it's like I'll give Josh the benefit of the doubt. He's still in his high phase for being laid off, so can't really blame him. Losing your livelihood sucks. You have to worry about so many things like paying your bills. To suggest that somebody will do indie games in the future because would-be devs will remember how this one failed seems a bit inflated. Yeah, it's like, well, he did say multiplayer, but even then, he can still make small-scale multiplayer games without the high overhead costs that this one had. Like, yeah, how many developers? 100? And let's say their average salary is like 70K. It's like, holy cow, man. That's a lot of money. That really is. Our product would have sold like gangbusters. Only good Super Sad bought it. Exactly. It's like, that's the thing. I won't give them credit. Scarlet was pretty much attractive character. Not the best, but she's definitely not a Concord character. But if they made more like her and more, our favorite outfits, the skimpy outfits, maybe they would have gotten more whales. Just maybe. Maybe they could have get this boat running more. The greatest thing come out of Concord is Fleek turning to his mascot. Yeah, it's the trailers of the first trailer has so much semblance to Concord, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of camera angle, which is wild. AI coming for game dev jobs as well. Yeah, they kind of already are especially when it comes to automation or QA. I do think AI is helping a lot already. If not, yeah. Here's a question: how will this affect the way people view next year's Game Award? Let's get the same slot. Jeff has to address it. He absolutely does. He totally deserves the backlash. He set himself up first by putting it there, and second, oh, you guys owe me an apology when the game launches. He really did. He has to address it at some point. He has to make a joke. Like, he's probably gonna make some joke about it. He's gonna be he's gonna be the butt of the joke when he makes the final reveal of 2026. Okay, guys, it's this this last game. It's gonna take quite a while to release, and I'm not gonna overhype it. He's probably gonna do. He has to. He has to do something like that. He's gonna make a butt of the. Maybe he's gonna use the Muppets to throw shade at him. I don't know, but he has to. He can't just brazenly ignore it, in my opinion. He put himself in that position when he didn't have to. Yeah, and I've already seen how many high guard videos have me and you guys have seen where the intro to that video on you know criticizing high guard, the first few seconds is Jeff Keighley revealing high guard. It's like there's gonna be so many documentaries about it, and that's always gonna be the intro. The idea that indie developers means that it's owed the customer money is untethered. Yeah, exactly. It's like the people getting on board don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know, it's from the education, from the exposure in college and high school in this day and age, where for some reason they feel they're entitled to the money. That's not how business works. You have to earn it. You have to earn it, guys. That's business 101. You have to earn, you have to provide the value. People have to recognize the value before they pay you or before you get the money. AI may have helped make it better. Yep. I can imagine, given modern gaming and modern entertainment in general, I think AI can do a better job. As a member of the public, I don't care if the CGI is handmade by people on their computers or if it's made by the computers. Yeah, me too. As long as the final product's good, you don't see 6 fingers in the hand. It's like it's fine. It's like if I like the final product, that's it. That's all that matters, and it's priced reasonably. I don't care if it's 81% AI. I do not care. If you made a good product, I got my value. I got the enjoyment. That's it. That's all that matters. And shouting out to those game journalists that were on their side. Yeah. This is look. I don't blame the guy for being on copia mode, but the fact that he posts this, like, you're asking for it. You're asking for criticism and commentary, like what I'm doing now. You were asking for it. Emotional. Yeah. This is what it is. It's venting. But yeah, don't blame us that it comes back to bite you, especially when you're looking for a new job. Like, if I'm an HR of a company, like, and I see this in your socials, like, okay, this guy is clearly emotionally unstable, or there's this guy is not we need someone who has that mental fortitude to withstand constructive feedback. This seems like an echo chamber kind of guy, so I'm better off just hiring someone else. So yeah, that's what I would be if I were HR. Good for Phil. Yeah, good for him. Yeah, he had the best Valentines for quite a while. Probably. Oh man, okay. So I think, yeah, maybe Hassan, maybe he did. We'll ask him next week. Phil about to be rallied by Blair. That's true. Phil cheating? Yep, he is. We'll ask him when he comes back, because like I displayed that there's clear evidence that was what happened. So we can ask him all the questions we want next week. Let's go give a thought to Saint Valentine, the man of the day, upstanding dude. I'm not sure. Is that something in the news? Sorry, I'm not sure who that is. Or you mean Valentine's Day? Okay, got it. I'm just wondering this will happen to the New Horizons. I think because unlike Concord or Highguard, it has a famous IP attached to it. What do I think? I think Tom Horizon is Sony is so badly trying to push that IP so hard, but it doesn't click. It doesn't click on the mass audience that it wants, that Sony aspires it to be, because the only thing it has going for it is visual fidelity, particularly for the first 2 mainline games with Aloy, and now they kind of took that away with this latest with this reveal of Hunter's Gathering. First, they changed the aesthetics to make it more Fortnite, which the logic is to make it more evergreen, to make it last longer, because it's cel shaded more than photorealistic, to make it more to make it last longer, to make it more appealing to children. But again, that target audience already has Fortnite. So given so many people are playing Fortnite, they have the skins. They spent so much money on the skins. All their friends are already there. What that people didn't play Horizon. That's the thing. And the again, it's like same thing with Code Vein 2. It's about the end of the world, post-apocalyptic, and then you're gonna insert it with these bright colors and then this bright tone to make it so lighthearted. You're just kind of contradicting the vibe and overall tone of the foundational games. So I do think it has a chance to be a Concord 4. Will it last longer than High Guard? I think so. I think it will. Because I think this is because this is the brainchild of Herman Holst, the guy one of the people who pushed Concord, by the way. Because I know Horizon was one of his pioneer projects. So that's why, given his role on Sony, he really wants Horizon to be, the premier IP of Sony, which is not happening. People don't like Aloy. People think Aloy's ugly. People think Aloy's a Mary Sue, which she is. I played both games. I played Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. I finished both games. Aloy is definitely a Mary Sue. She knows everything. She rejects all the dudes doing advances on her because only to find out that in Forbidden West, she's a lesbian. But I did kind of know she was a lesbian already, given the way she treats the men. But even then, this is not a character that will resonate with a lot of people. And Sony California thinks it will if they just keep pushing harder. How many Horizon games are there? Forbidden West, Zero Dawn Remastered, Horizon Lego, and still it didn't get the phenomenal sales ever at all. And the reason why the sales of Horizon were inflated to begin with is because they keep bundling it with the PS5, right? They keep bundling the game with the system. So yeah, the sales are definitely gonna go up. So they're trying really hard to make Horizon the best thing that Sony's ever made, but it's not happening. I don't see it happening. It sure has it's gonna Concord 3 is Marathon, which is releasing in like a little over 2 weeks. Good luck to that one, man. It's like I didn't like the art style of that one. It costs $40 to play, and yeah, it's gonna have because it's a live service shooter too. So Marathon is Concord 3. So Horizon Hunters getting Concord 4. Get in there, team. Take one for the team. Yep, that's what he's doing. Just hanging with a bro. Yeah, that's probably it. People buy skins in Fortnite. Unfortunately, Mr. Milquetoast, they do. That's the reason why Epic Games is still alive, or Epic in general. It's their premier cash cow, what Sony badly wants, what PlayStation really badly wants. But look, at the end of the day, you're a single player company, and if you want something like that, differentiation is not from having political activists take on it. You really need to have something that resonates with a lot of people. You need to have that innovative wow factor feature, which admittedly is very, very hard to do. Like, given the space is so saturated and people can only play so many of those kinds of games. I think it's too late already, in my opinion. Horizon isn't the Crash Bandicoot of today's. Yeah, exactly. It's not the God of War. I don't think it'll ever be. Yeah, they're really trying. I think this is their last shot I think this last attempt at doing so. Once Horizon Hunter's Gathering fails, I think, I think I could be wrong. I may never know how ignorant game devs are. But yeah, I think this is their last push to try to make Horizon the next best thing for Sony. It's not happening. Anyway, speaking of bad games. Yeah, okay. Bad games. Another bad game came up today. Wait, another bad game released this week that I believe Phil covered. I wasn't able to watch his streams, sadly, because I was busy. But it is... No. Okay, I need to get used to StreamYard. Relooted. Apparently, it's doing the numbers. Let's see. Relooted Steam players. It's doing amazing numbers, guys. Yeah, amazing. 57 all-time peak. Look, there's legit more people watching this stream, at least lurking anyway, than there are players of this new sweet baby game. And what a shocker. What is anybody really surprised at this point? This like what's that game? Duskborn. Yeah, Duskborn. I think this got the similar funding. Maybe it's taxed by Norway for this game to actually happen. Otherwise, I can't see how this game was invested on. But anyway, so yeah, Relooted, terrible game about, black people stealing from museums, which I don't know if that's not typical stereotyping. I don't know what is. And just okay, I have not seen this video from Az. It's okay, shout out to Az from Heal versus Babyface. So I'll be checking out this video. But yeah, nobody is surprised at all. So let's see what Az has to say. So chances are his talking points are my talking points. But anyway, yeah, I have not played the game. I know Phil played the game. Endymion even featured Phil on his video. But let's see what Az has to say about the game and its performance.
It was pushed.
Oh wait, my headphones is off again because I've been blabbering.
By Microsoft. It was promoted by the Epic Game Store. It's been released during Black History Month. Relooted is finally here.
Right, I forgot.
And after a pretty disappointing demo period where it peaked out at 26 players, has its
it had a
full
demo.
release finally put an end to those doubting Thomases? Or is it Thomases? Well, no, it's now peaked at 57.
Yep.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heal
Right, I'm excited.
versus Babyface. Yesterday saw the full release of Relooted, a game about black people stealing things, if you can believe it. But they're not just stealing them, they're liberating them. They're liberating artifacts that were stolen by the colonizers to return them to their rightful owners, aka bollocks history, because a lot of the artifacts which now reside in museums were actually liberated from warlords. They were liberated from civil war.
Exactly. And if they're saying it should be back to where it belongs, like, do they have the the security, the resources to keep it in place to begin with? Right? At least in museums, it's for the world to see. It's in a safer, more secure place. More security, definitely, for people to see and appreciate. And it's even an advertising to their culture. It's like, I don't see what's anything wrong with that. It's not like it's being stolen off and being auctioned for billions of dollars or something like that. It's like, I don't know. I don't get it with these people.
Or they were liberated from regular war. They were liberated from corrupt governments. You could go on and on and on and on. But if there's one thing that you can never out racist, it's a white liberal. And they've got that market absolutely locked in. Now, a demo dropped for the game September of last year, and I've just realized I've given them actually too much credit. I thought it maxed out at 26 players. My bad, only 22. And one of those was me. As I downloaded the demo to test it out, to see what it was like, and it was absolutely bloody awful. It was clunky, it was messy, it wasn't fun. You had to plan the way.
Gee, what a shocker, Yeah, you're gonna have to pay me if you want me to make a video about this game.
That the heist was going to go, set the people in the place, and then try to run through it as fast as possible, which was just like, while grabbing, no, sorry, let me correct myself, while stealing the artifacts, like the dirty thief that you were, and exiting. I couldn't take it. I played it for about half an hour, 40 minutes, something along those lines, and I was done. The dev team looks exactly as you would expect the dev team to look like, and the owner of the company looks exactly as you would expect him to look like, as this progressive white.
Okay, but Okay, I won't be the guy to say, oh, they look like blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, maybe they, someone who looks like this and that could still make a good game. It's really more about their politics and how they perceive games should be. Is how they ended up making this type of game.
Liberal male said that there was a
That's a lot of people who made this game. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 people made this game. So let's say they have, okay. Is 50K annually a safe salary bracket for these people? It's like, holy shit. Where did they get their money to fund this game? Like, holy cow.
worldwide audience that had demanded African stories. Well, the African story he decided to tell was about black people stealing things. Exceedingly progressive there. Apparently not for Nyama Cop. Oh, and if you don't think this is...
Phil is here. Okay, man. Phil's here too. Okay. Man, Phil becoming too famous for me.
Racist. Just have a look at this clip from Project Eggroll as he was attempting
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Az. Okay. Thank you for the shout out.
to play the game. Yes, some of the 57 people that played it at peak were actually YouTubers just mocking it. So you can probably take off a dozen.
I heard you were back in town.
Oh my god. Okay, I did it. Wait.
I heard you were back in town.
Wow. Okay. Okay. As an Asian, I should feel insulted, but it's so bad that it's so funny. I heard you were coming here. Okay.
What? What?
No freaking way you gotta no way.
Way.
But I don't believe it because
And he looks somewhat white in my opinion. He doesn't even look Asian per se. Okay, maybe a little bit of mix, but okay, whatever.
I knew you would have come to see me.
Phil, I'm sorry. I was going to visit you eventually.
You'll be gone a long time.
With the yin yang like apron but shaped like a fish, like, come on, like, you can try harder than that. Wow, like, stereotype 101, a game that's supposed to fight the stereotypes. Stick it to the chuds video game. Holy fuck.
You'll become long time. Are you gonna love her long time? Okay, let's move on real quickly, shall we? Now, here are the release stats for Relooted. 17 people are currently in the game.
Yeah, look, probably over half of these are content creators covering it, you know. If I was covering it, it probably would have been 58. Okay.
Steady on there. Let's not put extra pressure on the servers. 24-hour peak and the all-time peak being, of course, 57. Now, we can all tell that 57 is a horrendous number. But just to stick the boot in even further, it's actually less than Dustborn.
Oh. Yeah, I forgot to check the concurrent. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, damn. Man. And my gut is telling me that, like, there's like 25 of them earlier, right? Where's that picture? Yeah, there's 25 of them. It has to be more expensive to make than Duskborn, dude. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be more expensive because, like, you know, I don't think you can have 100K budget paying off all these people. No way. Yeah, it costed more than Duskborn. It has to.
57 is a horrendous number. But just to stick the boot in even further, it's actually less than Dustborn. And this game was absolutely horrendous. I tried to stream it. I think I did one stream. I spent an hour or so maybe on the Pong video game because it was the only good thing about it. But that only hit a peak of 83. 83 people. Now, this is on other platforms, of course. And I did mention at the beginning about Xbox giving it some promotion for all the good that did. The Epic Game Store giving it some promotion. So much so, actually, that if we have a look, you can see that there are...
Okay, this one I saw. Okay, fine. Epic, I'll give the benefit of the doubt because it's Epic. They don't really have a lot of sway in, inciting people's opinions. Because like a lot of people still view Epic Game Store as something bad, or view EGS as negative, or the platform where you just get free games. Whereas Microsoft, like, Phil Spencer's really running that shit to the ground.
20,000 likes on the announcement for Rebooted. This
20K likes, but concurrent players on Steam is 57. That's a little sus right there.
Now, in June of last year, so let's say 8 or so months ago, 20,000. And that managed to translate into 57 sales on Steam. Interesting, eh? But if you say, well, as they're going to be playing it on the Xbox Pass, you see, because it's free.
Oh, I didn't even notice on Game Pass. Okay.
$20 a month or whatever it is now. And you got to say to yourself, so let's say it's on Xbox Pass.
Yeah, Microsoft has been laying low in the marketing. I think they're killing off Xbox. Because another game that they didn't push out, like, I'm not sure if you guys know, but High on Life 2, the sequel of the Rick and Morty like shooter FPS, it's already out on Game Pass too. I only found out when Griffin Gaming was streaming it. So I think Microsoft's like slowly killing Xbox as a brand. Like they don't even give a shit about their games anymore.
And 10,000 people play from the Xbox Pass. What does that translate to for them in terms of money? $1? $1.50? A Benjamin? Whoa! It can't translate to much when you think of all the games that are on the game store, the Xbox Game Pass. It's a system which just can't hold up. We've all known that for years upon years. So no, they're not getting rich or something like the Xbox Pass, and I very much doubt they're getting rich off the Epic Game Store because...
Yeah, for example, like for Square Enix, they only put their games on there whenever a game is underperforming. They don't... You're not going to see their top tier flagship franchises on Game Pass. Like, it's always going to be full priced or on sale. Like, you're never going to... I never saw Nier in there. I never saw... Well, I did see Pixel remasters, but the older ones. You're not going to see Rebirth in there. You're not going to see... Yeah, their top dog video games, you're not going to see it. You're not going to see it there. Unless it already released for a long time ago, or it never did well, like Avengers or Forspoken. Those are the games you see there. Like, that's how a lot of the more established developers treat Game Pass. You're not going to see their flagship titles in there. They treat Game Pass like, maybe we can extract more money from this game if we put it on Game Pass. They're not going to see it as the flagship money maker for their best games. So that's another thing with Game Pass. Like, it's like the secondary market where maybe we can squeeze more income out of it. Or on top of that, it's the shitty games.
One figure tends to correlate to the other figures and how they are performatively doing. But who was also involved in this game? Do you remember a company called Sweet Baby Inc.? Now, this is a post from a person called Chris Kindred, who used to be a member of Sweet Baby Inc. They found themselves with a ban on X as they attempted to have the Sweet Baby Inc. detector account pulled down through targeted harassment, which backfired massively on them. Oh, well, never mind. And they posted, did some early design consulting on Relooted, which might explain why the characters look like utter shit, and might explain why the game's so racist, and also might explain why it's also boring and crap. So glad to see it's finding its players.
57 of them? 57?
It's got 57.
Okay.
50
Well,
cents.
well, that statement is still accurate. It did find its players, to be fair. It did. Minus the content creators making this for for views.
7 people. Okay. Big congrats to the team. What? On their unmitigated disaster, on their utter failure, on their complete embarrassment. Okay. I mean, odd thing to congratulate them on, but there you go. Now, again, this is probably not going to surprise anyone, but Nyamakop seem to be doing most of their promotion for this game over on Blue Sky.
Oh,
and
what a
we'll
shock.
see what they did on X to mark its launch in a moment. But on Blue Sky, please enjoy the museum. Relooted is out now. Please share. And it has 533 reposts, 71 quotes, 970.
Here's the thing with Blue Sky, right? We all know it's the platform of the wokies. Even if it's like it's a post tailored to them, on a platform tailored for them, with 979 likes, and it still ended up just having a peak concurrent of 57. What does that say about them as an audience? As a profitable audience. Maybe they really are just all they're good at is like preaching online, but they don't really have money, or they're not willing to actually support it. Like for me, I would respect them if this likes in Blue Sky of all places is actually translates into Steam sales. Like I would salute them to that. Okay, you actually support the games you like, even though there's not a lot of you. But this goes to show the disparity on they don't actually mean what they say. They're not gonna support. They're not gonna support it.
59 likes, 65 saves on Blue Sky. They're people.
Yeah, exactly.
57 people at peak, 17 in the game right now. Your people don't care.
Exactly.
They've never cared. It's about virtue signaling. That's what it's always been about. They'll talk the talk. They won't be walking any walk. And if we look at the X account, you'll see that they have done nothing. Nothing since the 15th of
Exactly. It's like whenever a successful game releases, this is the time to be blasting out social media, to further increase sales or players to get the game or play the game, to potentially buy stuff in the game. This is peak. Now is the time to be ultra aggressive with your posting. But I wonder why they're not doing anything. Almost like they acknowledge it, or they low-key don't want to admit something is horribly wrong.
January to push the launch of Relooted. 0. Didn't even put an out now post for the game.
Not even that.
Nope. Just retweeted that BBC Africa article that I meant.
Yeah. It's really all about this. This is apparently the more important social media post pushing the game. Raising awareness of African culture, African history. Like, how many times do we have to play this charade?
Mentioned earlier, the same one that Chris Kindred referred to as they took credit for making shit-looking characters. Is it any wonder they have no audience? Because this mythical audience that they said was there, this worldwide audience that was asking for stories about Africa, well, have you ever thought that maybe they didn't actually get one? Now, bear with me here, because
it's like in my opinion, there's nothing wrong if you want an African story. I mean, even a fictionalized one, in my opinion, it's fine. Like, but you gotta make it in such a way that most people will resonate with it. It's not about sticking it to the chest. Oh, we hate the white people for stealing our land or stealing our resources. Maybe have some more nuance with like a story of a character, how he made it through hardship without resorting to stealing or something along those lines, or doing unethical things. Maybe having characters that actually, relatable in terms of like perseverance, working hard, trying to make it better in life, and a believable story of how they got some like their superpowers or something like that, where to bring out the good in people rather than shitting on another culture. Maybe, just maybe, it'll have a better story. I don't know. I don't get it.
I've got a couple of ideas that you could potentially run with. You might want to go with White Liberal Guilt, the video game, or, and I think this is my own personal favorite, the bigotry of low expectations made by a white liberal male. Yeah? I think there's some potential to run with that. You know, it's not too far off relooted, to be honest. You can get all the endorsements you want from Xbox, from the Epic Game Store. One thing that you can never do is pull the wool over gamers' eyes. They are much too savvy to this type of bollocks nowadays, particularly with so much information available on the internet. What is hilarious, of course, is that even with those powerhouses behind it, they couldn't get more than 57 people at one time to play their game.
That's crazy.
They have less than 20 people playing it right now. Brand new, brand spanking.
Mhm.
There is no audience for what you're trying to push. You might feel superior to gamers. You might feel as if morally you have the high ground, but you don't.
I get the feeling that this was tax funded too. I think it had the same funding sources as Duskborn. That's what my gut's telling me. And I don't know. At this point, if there's still investors that are stupid enough to invest in something like this, it's on them. They deserve it. They deserve to have they deserve to get scammed.
You really don't. You're in the dirt and you're in the gutter. And all you're trying to do is appeal to cockroaches who are your own kind. I'll see you in the next video. You take care. Goodbye, Baloo.
Shout out to Az. So, yep. Yeah, actually, I should be sharing the link to the video. Yeah, that's my bad. My bad. I should be sharing the link to the video. Okay, so yeah, pretty much everything I wanted to say he mentioned, and yeah, it's like something tells me it's not the end. We're still gonna get more games like this, and it's still gonna be run by the same people, the same talking point, the same cynical behavior as being so condescending to us, and then it's our fault if the game fails. It's just so tiresome. Yeah. Anyway, let's check the comments. He finished the game. Wow, that's pretty. Yeah, that's incredible resiliency from Epic Mike to finish the game. I don't. How long is the game? I wonder how long is the game. Reload is, but I'm not familiar who's Carmen San Diego, but I'm assuming it's a cringe person. But yeah, it's all Savvy's fault. Yeah, it's because of her the game was being shit on. Sure. Yeah. Only people playing it are streamers seeing how bad the game is. Yep, absolutely. So if anything, they should be grateful to YouTubers because YouTubers are supporting it with their wallets. So they should be shitting on YouTubers. They should be thanking them for actually paying for their game. The game comes out at 99's era of edutainment venture. Yep, exactly. Maybe a little, a little fancier than the Flash games, but it does kind of look like that. Yep, 57 players. Amazing. Amazing numbers indeed. Yep, it might have done better as a mobile game. Make it free to play with some cosmetics. I think it might have done even better. Should be noted that many Africans were looted by other Africans. Yeah, probably until now. I think it still applies up to now. What's more African cultures had entire economies built upon selling off such cultural artifacts. Yeah, okay. I don't know about history, but I'm inclined to believe that. Of course, because after the British Empire forbade they could sell people, they sold artifacts instead. At least half of those are people we know. Yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me. It would, like, if there's a leaked master list on who were those 57. It would surprise me if half of those are like, Phil, like Vera Dark or Hypnotic or Smash JT. Yeah. I wonder how many of these artifacts were plundered in African tribal wars, and who gets what. Exactly. I'm guessing that South Africa must have tax breaks for video game making. It wouldn't surprise me. Or some kind of loophole where they can get funding. Or yeah, probably. That's how they got their. That's how they got their funding too, because of tax grants or something government related. It's not racist when someone else makes culturally offensive representations. Yep, they get the exception. You know, imagine if it's like a white guy stealing art, from quote unquote black museums. Imagine what they're how they're gonna reaction what their reaction would be. It reminds me of those So Sorry cartoons from around World War II. Yeah, kinda. Who gets the relooted artifacts when the countries were taken from no longer exist? Yeah, that's true. And the thing is, like I said, it's like it's in a place where people can view it safely, securely, and not at the hands of people who are just in it for profit. So I don't see anything wrong with that. Where literally everyone can appreciate it as long as you can make it there, or even just see it online. The 25 people who made the game did not even play it on release. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I 100% believe that. The game seems to think that the content of Africa is one homogenous culture, despite the devs knowing better. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's automatically black people the moment you just say Africa. Thousands of like equals zero though. Yep. Probably botted or people who actual people, but they don't really care. You know, if I'm invested in a game trailer, it's like I feel like a game's gonna be good, I'm gonna buy it. And especially for JRPGs, I buy the game digitally, then I buy a sealed physical copy that I will never open because it's for collection purposes. Xbox Series just fine. I don't know, Sayonara's. It's like, are they though? It's like, what game are you looking forward that's they're releasing? Halo campaign evolved. I don't, or Gears of War E. I'm not too hopeful with those games. Like Halo, you can just get the Master Chief Collection for $10 or less. You can get all 4 games and with multiplayer. Then Halo, the campaign evolved. You're only getting like what, $40 for the campaign for what? A little bit of updated graphics, and I don't know. Apart from that, and not to mention it's releasing on other systems too. So there's that. And I don't think the Xbox ROG Ally is a good value proposition. And Game Pass, you already know my thoughts on that. It's not exactly, great value as it once did. And the games that are coming out there, they're not exactly good. Outer Worlds 2, High on Life 2, not exactly the best of the best games or games that I'm eager to play. They're globalists. Globalists hate culture. Yep, for sure. It's an attempt to sabotage. They want to homogenize all world cultures to one world culture. Yeah, never happening. No matter how hard they try, no matter how much money they get. Xbox is down bad. They spent a ton of money buying up studios and then give the games away for pennies with Game Pass. Yeah, that's the thing. And great for gamers. Here's the thing, Nagy. It's like I would say great for gamers like half a year ago or a year ago, but I'm not even sure if that's true anymore. Because the games that are coming out there, they're not exactly, oh, I want to play it so badly. It's not really, really good. But the good ones are like what, Expedition 33 maybe, but that one you would rather buy, and it's not being sold. It's not being sold at a expensive price anyway, so you might as well get the game without the timer of having to finish it within the month. And like another negative implication of Game Pass is that it kind of quote unquote lowers the standard of people criticizing games or being more lenient towards games, the quality of games. Like when a game comes out on Game Pass day one, they're gonna when people say have constructive criticism on why a game is bad, they're just gonna say, "Oh, it's on Game Pass anyway. It's cheap. It's on Game Pass anyway." So it's like all of a sudden they, no pun intended, they get a free pass when just because it's on Game Pass. So it's like I think it hurts video game quality in the long run because like the perceived quality or the expected quality diminishes just because it's on Game Pass. So developers are gonna kind of get away with it indirectly because it's on Game Pass. So it's a cheap game, so it's okay. So we can forgive a game's shortcomings because of that. So yeah, I think it's more of a detriment. But in terms of like people who can't afford games, yeah, I suppose it's still a boon. But overall, I don't think Microsoft is gonna sustain that Game Pass. I think eventually they're gonna shut down everything. and just be a third-party publisher and quadruple down on Copilot, which Satya Nadella badly wants, and investing on more AI data centers over trying to push Xbox. Thus born in the dustbin of history. Yep. So yeah. Hi, Big Z Video Games. Yeah. Have a good sleep. The game is too long. It's 1 second too long. Oh, he didn't want to finish it, but he got voted to finish it. Okay, yeah. You know, if chat paid him to finish it, he's gotta finish it. Like for my case, if someone paid me to review it, yeah, I'm gonna have to play. I'm gonna have to make a review. It's a seminal video game series started in 1980s. It has live action game shows and cartoons. She's a thief that travels around the world. Oh, okay. Yeah, where in the world is she? I have no idea. Mr. Milk Toast knows. All right. So, okay, that's it for Reloaded. So, nobody's surprised on how it went down. Okay, what do I have left? Okay, I'm surprised I made it to the 3 hour mark. Oh, okay. I have one more. I have one more big topic that it's not really in me or Phil's line of experience or expertise. But I do feel it's big enough for me to commentate on with once again someone else's video. So because like yeah, again, it's so big of a story and it has such a long, huge length in time. So much has happened to it that I cannot for the like there's no way I can condense it with just going live and not really I have to do so much research just to assemble the timeline of events for this game, but I'll let another prominent YouTuber do it on my behalf. So shout out to Kira for his coverage on Ashes of Creation. So this game's big. This is a really big story in the MMO community. And yeah, I know Kira has been on this since day one, so I think I decided to pick up his video. So he's the one who has the authority and who knows the timeline of events on how this all went down. And the first time I saw this in Asmongold, and I felt like Kickstarter games, they're always so dangerous. Like no matter how good they look or how quote unquote feature rich they are, I always look Kickstarted games with a massive, massive grain of salt. Like it's either it's gonna get rug pulled, they're not gonna get enough money, no matter how good it is. I'll only believe it when the game makes it to gamers' hands, or it actually goes on a full featured launch. Which it didn't surprise me. All these years later, it never made it there. It looked good, don't get me wrong. I played a little bit of World of Warcraft, but MMOs are not my thing. Obviously, it's like it costs for me. Like there's too much. It's extremely time consuming, even more than JRPGs, and I feel like I'm psychologically forcing myself to maximize my subscription for the games that have it, like World of Warcraft. And yeah, it's just too like I like too many genres of games for me to be invested in MMOs in general. And I think MMOs right now at present, I think they're kind of like a dying breed. It's like it's too much time commitment, too much financial investment for people to get into. People nowadays, especially people around who are getting older, who have families to take care of and other obligations. Like MMOs are just not the viable thing anymore, especially in terms of like recurring cost and time investment. So I know it's like I think a part of this story with Ashes Creation is like they wanted to make it work. It's just too expensive. It's just too much of a high risk at this point for investment to create something of a game of this scale, in my opinion. I think MMOs in general, they're not gonna survive. There's gonna be a few like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, RuneScape, Lord of the Rings Online maybe, but that's it. I can't imagine more surviving in the long run. Not on the large scale anyway. So anyway, so yeah, there's some controversy going on here with regards to like the funding of this, the funneling of money, the Kickstarter campaigns, where the money actually went, and how the founder pocketed the gains, and who were the founders, and the board of directors. It's a long story, but I'll let Kira do the heavy lifting here in this case, because like he's the one who has been through this since the very beginning. So shout out to Kira for this video. 1K will do, and then 125.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. And it's the day, right? It's D-Day. It's the nukes have all been dropping, and there's going to be more nukes every day from now for probably weeks, because the Ashes of Creation situation is heating up, and there's a lot of stuff we can now talk about, as well as stuff that is come out in lawsuits and stuff that's going to be coming out in lawsuits.
It's crazy.
It's fucking nuts. Remember when I said this is the craziest story in video game history that I've ever seen? Well, you ain't seen nothing yet, because even all the crazy shit that's just been said on Nefus's live stream and in the video where he's talking to Jason Karamanis, like, this is only part of it, and there's going to be more coming. So you're in for a real treat if you're interested in drama, because obviously if you're interested in Ashes of Creation, the game doesn't exist anymore and likely never will. Yeah. So all you've got left...
They released it on Steam like 2 to 3 months ago. Then Steam like shut it down, and literally everyone got refunded. Even if you played the game, even if you had the game for more than 2 weeks, even if you played it for more than 2 hours. Yeah, it's like everyone got their money back. That's wild.
At the end of every Kickstarter, you know, like when you see a rainbow and you're like, oh, is there a pot of gold at the end? Well, for every Kickstarter MMO, at the end, there's just years worth of drama and fucking stuff to watch that has nothing to do with the actual video game, and everything to do with questions like, did he steal money? Who did he steal money from? How much money did he steal? These are all questions that you get at the end of the fucking Kickstarter MMO rainbow.
I can turn your wildest ideas into a song.
Oh my god. Okay.
Just describe it in a few words, choose a style, and let Mareka the Fifth...
So basically...
I hope there's probably going to be more chat, but anyway.
I'll
move a tab if there is.
The news here from Nefus's channel is that Jason Karamanis was involved in the initial funding as a creditor, I believe is the technical term, for Ashes of Creation all the way back in like 2015, 2017, something like that, which obviously was at the very beginning of the inception of the game.
Yeah.
And also...
Yeah, imagine even the ads are AI now. Yeah, they're really pushing it hard.
Where time when Stephen was telling people, oh, there's nobody, it's just me, you know, I'm the only person, nobody owns, there's no board, there's no corporate overlords or whatever, which is a thing that continued to be said for years and years to come. But we know, obviously, from Jason's lawsuit a year or so ago, whenever it was, that Jason was involved in the company from the beginning, and then obviously these text messages prove this. Now, about a week or so ago, I don't remember what the exact date was, I can check my emails. Jason Karamanis sent, it was 10 days ago on February 4th, he sent an email out, I assume to a bunch of content creators, basically saying, here's my number, I've watched your video, contact me.
Here's the crazy thing, when in his older videos, like the moment it was announced that everybody's getting laid off in the studio, Intrepid Studios, I believe that's their name, Kira immediately got the email from an insider that they were getting laid off. That's how deep into this thing he is. It's like, yeah, he's the go-to source for everything Ashes of Creation. Yeah. If
you want to speak to me, and I didn't call him for a very simple reason, and I told him this same thing. I basically said, you know, thanks. I don't have a US number. I'm based overseas, and it's a fairly distant time zone to the West Coast, which makes it difficult, which it does. And honestly, the entire situation is so complex, I'd prefer to keep things in writing if possible, so I can refer back to it when I'm talking about it. Because obviously, if somebody tells me something and it's on a phone, and I'm not recording the phone call, which I'm not going to without another person's permission, which, to be honest, at this point, he might have given me permission. I should have probably asked. But if somebody tells me something, I put it into the public and it turns out to be untrue, and I say, oh, yeah, but this guy told me, and I don't have evidence of that, that can fuck me. So obviously just not something I'm going to do. But obviously Nefus did do this. He got in contact with him. He sent him a bunch of text messages.
And that's the danger in the content creation perspective. If you have like quote unquote inside information, you have to be very delicate and careful how you handle that data. You know, in terms of, especially if it's from an NDA, it came from someone who's not supposed to say the stuff. It's tough. Like, right? Was that last year when Smash JT got conned to thinking it was Ubisoft leaks, but it was apparently not. So I think he even got a little bit of legal trouble because of that. So yeah, careful when handling those kind of information.
And the text messages are fucking cringe. I'm just going to throw that one out there. Go watch it if you want. It's a 1 hour, 20-minute long video, and the text messages are cringe. It's embarrassing. And it's embarrassing because when I think of how high net worth individuals interact with each other and like business deals and millions of dollars exchanging hands and things like that, I think of somebody in a nice suit, a tailored suit, eating a perfectly cooked medium rare Wagyu steak, a tomahawk or something wildly expensive like that in a great restaurant. Maybe they've got imported Cuban cigar. You know, it's illegal. Who cares? They're rich. Maybe they've got a nice glass of expensive old cognac. Maybe a really expensive bottle of red wine to go nicely with a steak. But these text messages look like they're at the fucking children's table eating chicken tenders. It's so bad. So it's incredibly cringe. But obviously there's a bunch of info in here with conversations between Jason and Stephen going all the way back to 2015, all the way to, I believe, 2021 is where things end off. And the funny thing is that it goes from really nice and pleasant to each other. You know, there's a bunch of hype, there's a bunch of happiness, you know.
Yeah, I heard the founder of the company is like shit-talking content creators that got leaked. Yeah.
Things are going great, and then it gets bad, and then it gets good, and then it gets really bad, and then it gets good, and it gets really, really bad. And then by the end of it, in like 2021, they're like, okay again. And then obviously the text messages end and the story ends there from up until when he gets on the live stream with Nefes again and talks about some stuff going forward. But he's not directly involved with the stuff going forward because he wasn't on the board. He was just an investor by that point, whereas the board is multiple other people, not Jason. So he was kind of in the dark. But the text ends at like the texts between Jason and Stephen end here. And then obviously their relationship sours again later because he then, as we know, later sues Intrepid and relationships break down completely and fucking the company implodes within a year or so of that lawsuit. I can't remember specifically when that was filed, but it's not way time-wise. But then he went on live stream with Nefes after this video went live. He was on the phone, Jason was on the phone, and he was asking him a bunch of questions and he was giving his side, and the board side, or at least Robert's side, who's the person who primarily owns Intrepid now, if you didn't know. He's like 60-something% ownership of the company. So right now, what we have is a worker lawsuit against Intrepid, which is Intrepid, the business entity, which you have to remember, obviously, this is not against any individual. That's Intrepid, the business entity, because the business entity owes money to these workers. Then we have a lawsuit I'm about to go...
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, the dev team got laid off, and I don't know how many months worth of pay, but at bare minimum, their final pay, they didn't get it. So they kind of got screwed over in terms of like, you know, stable employment and their final compensation. So yeah, I don't know. Always Kickstarter stuff, never go for it. I would never go for it. Not even a dollar, not even a dime. It's like it's the disaster is like pretty much all guaranteed almost all the time, in my opinion. Very rare do they actually succeed.
In a second. That's from TFE Game Holdings, which is owned by Rob, as far as I'm aware. So that's another like board level perspective. And what they're making claims of is fucking nuts, which again, I'll go over in a second. And then obviously, eventually, I'm assuming we're going to get Steven's side of the story. And then there's other factions within this that have not been made public yet, which are other smaller investor groups and things of that nature. So there's like a million fucking things still to come from this point, is basically the long and short of what I'm telling you right now. And those million things are going to come up, and they are pretty much all going to be legal filings. So they're going to be incredibly dry to go over. First incredibly dry one to go over, which is the TFE Game Holdings LLC, Delaware Limited Liability Company versus Stephen Sharif and John Moore. Now, I don't know why they're listed as Nevada residents. I don't know why this is filed in Nevada state court and not California or federal court. I'm not a lawyer, so you're going to have to like just figure this one out on your own, I guess. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me, and usually jurisdiction issues of what...
I'm guessing there's some kind of loophole in Nevada compared to California. I don't know. I don't know either. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming there's some kind of like, maybe it's like better for that particular party to file there. That's my assumption.
Why are we in this venue? Like a number one reason why cases get thrown out. I imagine since these people are rich and are very involved in litigation, as in these people have been sued, like everyone involved in this has been sued multiple times by multiple people.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus.
The ads.
And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
I imagine they know, so, you know, take that for what you will. But the claims being made in here are fucking crazy. Now, I do have to give the caveat that this is people saying, from my perspective, these people did this thing. There is no evidence in this entire document. Like, you can read this the whole time. There isn't a single text message, email, financial statement, nothing. It's literally just saying, we think these people did these things, but we provide absolutely zero evidence. There's no dates in here of exactly when things happened. The only thing is like some specific numbers. But the big claims that they're making is basically Stephen Sharif and John Moore embezzle money from the company. And they're not saying they embezzled small amounts of money. They're saying they embezzled tens of millions of dollars, which is a fucking crazy claim to make. And especially one where there's currently...
Yeah, apparently the founder ran off. Like, there's a lot going on here with regards to like, he used like a loan and declared it as income, then ran off with the money. Something along those lines. don't take my word for it. It's not quote unquote because again, it's such a lot of complex layer of stories here. That's why I played Kier's video because like he's more well aware of what happened. But apparently, that's what the founders did. They ran off with the investor money and yeah, millions upon millions of cash on top of shitting the bed and ultimately destroying the company. Yeah, it's wild.
Lawsuit usually. The issue is that the filing and then the evidence that follows on and exhibits that usually come with the filing. There's no guarantee everything's been uploaded, anything's been provided initially, or that you're going to see those things for weeks or usually months, especially state court, because state court is just absolutely rammed. This can be fucking ages before anything happens to it. But the only exhibits they showed with these with this filing is listed here, and it's not in this PDF, it's in another book. Trust me, it's not even worth looking at. There's nothing in there. Exhibit 1 to list of tech platforms that they don't have access to, which is one of the claims. One of the claims is Stephen resigned from the company and he has all of this login information for all of these tech platforms that we need so that we can continue operation of the company. And by continue operation of the company, I mean close the company, which is what they're doing. It's what the plan always was. And that's one of the things they're suing him for. Then they list that there's a bunch of bank accounts and third-party vendors that they don't have like invoices for, records for, access to these credit cards and banks, and they're suing him for breach of fiduciary responsibility for not handing that stuff over. But then the big claims that they make is literal crime. They're accusing him of embezzlement, which is a federal offense, and they're accusing him of misappropriating, which is a really fancy term for basically you fucking used or taken this money. They're accusing him, him being Stephen, and of course John as well.
Stephen's the founder, by the way, along with his husband, I believe. So yeah, there's some nepotism in the board, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe his mom had some involvement here too, or at least was listed as a board of director. Yeah, it's kind of a shit show. This story really makes, solidifies my stance on Kickstarter stuff. Like, put it with a massive, massive grain of salt.
Of misappropriating $17.4 million, which, if true, is a fucking crazy sum of money. Now, again, there is no evidence of this, but specifically how they say that this was done is that they used excessive personal loans to certain shareholders with no documentation and no repayment, direct transfers to shareholders with no stated business purpose, direct transfers to miscellaneous accounts with no stated business purpose, and miscellaneous personal expenses charged to Intrepid's credit cards and or defendant Sharif's personal credit card that was then reimbursed by Intrepid. And they say that this is also commingled funds between basically Stephen's personal funds and the company funds. But the craziest thing they accuse them of is taking millions of dollars out of the company to buy a property and then sell the property and not pay back the company, which is absolutely fucking nuts. They also say that they gave themselves loans from the company and then never paid it back. Like they say here, Stephen had what they funnily call the Sharif loans, which is fucking hilarious. They say the Sharif loans, $362,524.15, and then the Moore loans, $6.68 million. And there's actually a really funny element of this where they say this. The Sharif transfers were received and enjoyed by the defendant Sharif. And it's like, they're talking about $4.8 million. Yeah, if I transferred myself $4.8 million, I'd enjoy it as well, as I'm sure you guys would. But obviously, there's crazy claims in here. Like, this is the one. To date, Sharif failed to dispute the total amount of money owed for the Sharif transfers. And there's a... Okay, if you want like the actual analysis and not just lol, it's funny that they're saying Sharif transfers. When somebody in a lawsuit says,
if I'm not mistaken, Sharif is the last name of Stephen. So yeah, they have a term for it too.
Information and belief, I think, right? So they're not even saying we have evidence of this. They're just saying, oh, I think this happened. But they've provided no evidence, and they're not even using that says that they know. They just say, oh, we think this happened, or we're suspicious that this happened, might be more accurate. So upon information and belief, defendant Sharif also caused Intrepid to take out a loan to purchase real property, as in real estate, in San Diego, California, aka the property. And upon information and belief, defendant Sharif identified Intrepid's investment in order to obtain the loan to purchase the property.
That's
which
what I said earlier.
I think this, if true, is a crime. And then, of course, it does go over here that apparently they sold the property for $8.5 million and then didn't pay the company back. So that would be saying, oh, he pocketed $8.5 million. Like, oh, I'm taking a loan out the company to buy this thing, and then I'm selling the thing, and I'm keeping the money. That's a crime. If true, absolutely nuts. And obviously, there is an amendment of the timeline here in terms of what the public believed due to what the employees at the time believed. So what employees believed and what the public was talking about is that Stephen Sharif resigned from the studio.
These ads, man.
On like the 28th or whatever, because you remember the timeline was like, I've got something in my eye. I was downstairs cleaning, my cat's knocked like washing liquid fucking everywhere. But basically, the public narrative was like somewhere around the 28th. I can't remember if it was 26th, 27th, 28th. It's been too many dates in my brain. There was obviously a meeting. From the meeting, it was determined that there would be hundreds of people fired, like left down to 70 to 100 employees, and everyone else would be no PTO, no severance. They'd be gone, and they were going to hire more people overseas to try to make the game for cheaper. Right?
That's pretty scummy. You don't give them a severance, and then you're gonna outsource the work. Holy cow! Yeah. Never trust people you don't know, random people on the internet, your money. It's like it doesn't end well most of the time. I'm not gonna say all the time. Most of the time, like it ain't worth it. It really ain't. No matter how much hype, no matter how good looking the game is, let them fund it themselves if they really believe in it.
What people believed. In reality, Stephen resigned on the 19th of January. He'd been gone from the company by the time this meeting even happened for like 10 days or something. And this is in the filing. You can see here they're talking about the Steam funds here. So defendant Sharif received a notice from Steam Valve Commerce on January 18th, 2026. Provided Intrepid secured creditor would be taking 3.5 million receivable, aka the Steam notice that the plaintiff was relying on to pay Intrepid's employees and creditors. What they mean by this is when Valve froze the Steam funds, it was because the secured creditor, aka the bank, this is what happened. The bank contacted Valve and said, that's our money. So Valve said, okay, we're freezing the funds to determine whose money it is. And then the day after, according to this timeline, Stephen resigned. Now, obviously, the timing of this is incredibly sketch. And something that's obviously going to come out in further lawsuits about exactly why it happened with this time frame, because there's just almost no info here other than the real date of resignation. But I can now talk about obviously what was the real plan and what the public didn't know, just because this date is now public. Intrepid was never going to exist after this point. I think Jason even said this in the video, in the live stream when he was talking about it. The plan was to close Intrepid. So even if all this didn't happen, like even if the Valve money didn't go away, everything like that, Intrepid was going to be closed because they'd already made this new company. This TFE Game Holdings that's filing this lawsuit had already been created and was spun up specifically to fire everybody in Intrepid and then rehire 70 to 100 of the key staff into the new company where I don't know why you do this.
That's so scummy. Man, imagine all those people working for you for all these years and then, we're going to take it to India and outsource the entire thing. You guys are fucked. Whew, holy shit.
In terms of like a business decision, I'm sure it's something to do with debt or whatever, but they were going to close the Intrepid company down, move everything that was valuable and rehire staff into this new company, TFE Games Holding, and then develop the game from there. So Intrepid was going away. It was just that obviously people didn't know this until now. But either way, that's like all we get from the lawsuit. There's really nothing. The other claims are basically the same thing. Breach of contract, as in they think that there's a contract here between a loan from Intrepid to Moore and a loan from Intrepid to Stephen for combined like $7 million that's not been paid back. But they don't provide the loans in here. There's no agreements in here to look at. There's literally nothing. The other claims for relief from unjust enrichment, claims for relief from unjust enrichment for John, and then just basically saying, we also want an injunction and we also want money. We want legal fees for our attorneys and things like that. So as a lawsuit, it's actually kind of a boring one, even though some of the claims are fucking... Obviously, you embezzled tens of millions of dollars from the company. It's a crazy claim to make. It's just a shame that there is zero evidence in the entire filing. And with it being state court, there could be zero evidence in this for fucking months. So right now, it's kind of a nothing burger. Obviously, the more juicy, interesting element is the.
And the thing is, people were really excited for this game. Like, I don't know the ins and outs of the game because again, I haven't played MMOs for the longest time. I think a lot of people really wanted this game to work, and even Asmongold, as far as I know, even Asmongold was really excited for the game. He was kind of marketing the game, pushing the game. Well, you can also argue that a lot of people got conned because of that. But anyway, it's a shame. Like, maybe it was really meant to be, a really good game somewhere along the way. But, because of not realistic expectations, or the burn rate was simply too high. And then someone, wanted to get away had malicious intentions all of a sudden to get away with a ton of cash that people, funded to make the vision a reality. Yeah, this happened. This complicated roller coaster ride that's happened. So me, it's like I keep repeating just so I can hammer it to chat that don't get into these, let other people if they really want to, but if ideally put $0 into this. Like if you must, like maybe 10, $20. Nothing that'll make you lose sleep over. That's it max. But yeah, I think these things really are becoming more and more common. And I think this was the historical high one in terms of video game Kickstarter in the video game Kickstarter space. I think this was the most highest in terms of amount, if I'm not mistaken, and in terms of like the legal discourse and how it went down. I think this one takes the cake. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think this one takes the cake.
Text messages between Jason and Steven, as well as the fact that it seems like Jason's going to continue releasing things, which is weird. And you know why it's weird? Because you never see anyone do that. And the reason you never see anyone do that is because anytime you put stuff into the public, you harm your ability to sue people. Because they have all the things that you're presenting and they can prepare a defense for it already. So if you do sue somebody after you put all this stuff into the public, it's like a bad idea. It's typically why when you're getting sued, the first thing a lawyer will tell you is to just shut the fuck up and don't talk about it. But since lawsuits are already flying, I would expect more within the coming days, because the way that these things go is people are sort of like holding their cards, like who's going to go first, you know, who's going to be involved, are we going to see the sides, which evidence is going to be presented, can I file a lawsuit in this jurisdiction before they, like, you're going to see everything implode now, more so than you already saw an implosion of the fucking entire company shitting itself to death. But there is a reason I said this was going to be the biggest drama in gaming ever, because we've now seen some lawsuits with very little information, one side of the story from Jason, and now it's expected that everyone else's side is going to come out, because again, there isn't just two factions in this. There's not even just two factions in it on the face of it. You've obviously got the public, you've got the employees, you've got Steven and his side, you've got the board. And
yeah, it's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's like every party is trying to screw each other. That's how I see it. You know, it's between the owners, Steven, the employees. like there's no like, it's not like here, it's not a two-sided faction. It's like everyone is against each other. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be wild. Like, you know, I wish I could be more in depth and have more nuance in this, but I came in too late. I came in at a time when it's like peaking and things already exploded, and so much things happened already along the way. I wasn't really in the know in the story. I wish I could comment it in more in depth, but yeah, it's great. I'll be watching more Kira videos on how this all goes down. There's gonna be more shit, absolutely.
Their side right now, we've not even heard from 90% of the board. In fact, we've heard of no one from the board other than the TFE Game Holdings, which, and Rob obviously was previously not known to exist, but since Jason's talked about Rob, I guess I can as well. And then Jason, who is an investor, who wasn't on the board, but there's also other investors, and they are in factions as well. So it's going to be a crazy couple of days and a crazy upcoming couple of weeks. So obviously stay tuned, because it's not going to stop, guys. It's just going to be fucking nuts from here on out, more so than it already was. So yeah, thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed, and see you in the next couple of days with more Ashes of Creation and what people are now lovingly referring to as the Steven Files. So yeah, see you on the next one. Stay safe. We're out. Peace.
That's fine. No. Stop the ads. Okay. Yeah. Well, like I said, like I'm not really in the know in regards to that topic, but yeah, I just wanted to bring it up crazy because, like, you know, it's one of the more wilder ones in terms of video game stories. And yeah, I keep saying the lesson is just don't, like, you stand to you don't lose anything by not participating in these, you know, potentially or highly potentially sketchy projects that are just trying to rug pull your money. And yeah, it's worse than the AAAs, you know, than the sloppy video games. So yeah, I felt like maybe there's something something new, something different. And since I'm going solo today anyway, something new to try out in terms of like in commentating. But yeah, okay. I kept churning out bad gaming news for today. I do want to end on a high note, kind of like last time. So let's see. Okay, I think I pulled up the wrong tab. That's why it was riddled with ads. So I do want to end on a good note for games that I'm excited for that got announced on. Okay, wait. Before that, let me read the comments. I don't think it's a lot because I didn't really say a lot. Oh yeah, there we go, Nagy. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for sharing this video. Okay. Is Grae saying that people had more time in the past to do MMOs? Well, I did. Okay. My problem is when I was playing World of Warcraft, it's like it was too much for me to do the monthly subscription. And honestly, I was also playing other JRPGs and stuff like that. Compared to now, I have the money, but I definitely do not have the time, especially me where I make videos. So yeah, it's MMO is not my space. I wish I could play all the games in the world. Like if I had a superpower, I would make multiple entities of myself playing different games at the same time. But alas, it's not possible. If that was from the game or game show, I'm not sure that is. I don't recall having more time on my hands in the past. It depends on a case-to-case basis. Like for me, back in my high school and college years, I definitely had more time for games because like I didn't have to worry about work or getting more sources of income and stuff like that. But now I kind of do, and I'm doing YouTube on top of that, so less time overall for games, generally speaking. But I still do, I still get to make the JRPG videos because I finish them, so I do try to find time for them. At the end of every episode of live action game show, okay, this particular game show. AI, yeah, I don't know why I keep getting AI ads. Maybe it's because of my work. I use so much AI stuff that helps me a lot. Maybe okay, Grae likes AI. We gotta keep feeding him AI ads. Okay. Cubans are only illegal in the US. Yeah, probably. White collar, yeah, very likely. By multiple parties too. Not just one person, not just a particular individual. It consists of multiple parties trying to screw each other over for money. Kickstarter projects are always buyer. Yep, yeah, that's the key takeaway. That's the entire segment of Ash's creation in one sentence. Kickstarters are always buyer beware. So, yep. Okay, so yeah, it's almost time for me anyway. So before I wrap up, I do wanna play the trailers on games that I'm excited about. So I'll do that because like everything in gaming was bad news. Terrible games, woke games. Let's talk about some good games to wrap it up. Okay, so of course with some a bit of JRPG bias, but one of these is something that I actually covered here, the first game, and it was Kena Bridge of Spirits. And I do acknowledge there are some elements that people didn't like about this game, particularly the same-sex relationship, given the setting of the game. But for me, it's all right. It's all right, I suppose. But yeah, I did still like the game overall, and I think this sequel. I was wondering what this studio was making because like they were off the radar after Kena Bridge of Spirits. So I'm glad it's getting a sequel, and I think they're applying new gameplay elements. So let's watch this.
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Do you need help?
Yeah, same tone. They're going for the same vibe.
A spirit guide?
One of the things people are saying is like I saw the discourse on X. They didn't give her cleavage or stuff. They didn't make her attractive. This is one of the cases for me where, like, remember guys, I said earlier that not every character has to look like Eve. This is one of the cases, because she's more for her teenage years and she's kind of like a kid. So I'm not expecting that kind of aesthetic for her, and it feels weird for me to expect that. So I don't want her to be ugly, but at the same time, I don't want her to look like Eve either.
It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I think they're stepping up in the voice actor, given the success of the first game. So I think they have more money now to be able to make a bigger game, which is good because the first game was pretty short and the levels were pretty small.
That temple has been sealed.
Is it lagging? Okay, wait. Maybe it's because it's at 1K. Okay, I'll keep it at 720. It'll still look good. Well, it should be stable.
I can remember. Dangerous corruption was locked inside, along with the secrets of a forgotten practice.
Yeah, I hope she gets a new weapon.
spirit guides here.
Oh,
Once
I think she's getting a new weapon. Given, oh yeah, I can see my cursor kind of lagging. Given that her staff broke, because like I could be wrong, but I forgot already. It's been a while. She has the staff and the bow, so would be great if she had more in her arsenal. And I think the bomb's kind of like a la Zelda or Mario, and that's about it. Apart from some other magics, so more weapons would be good.
used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
I'm pretty sure the mount is, or I forgot the game that much. I'm pretty sure mounting is a new thing. So it's gonna be a bigger game, so that's good. I don't want it to be open world, don't get me wrong, but it could used to be a little bigger compared to the first game, which is perfect. So this is perfect.
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you.
Yeah, combat looks slicker.
Longing for the past you cannot change. Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see.
Yeah, so the first game, okay, kind of spoiler-ish here for those who haven't played the first game. So the premise of the first game is freeing the spirits of people. That's why it's called Bridge of Spirits. Freeing us up the spirits of people who couldn't make it to the afterlife because of some very deep regret. So I think they're continuing on that based on the dialogue in this final part of the trailer. And it's looking better overall. I'm liking the production value. Bit more of Unreal Engine-ish, but at least they're making the effort to not make it purely photorealistic. At least that's how I see it.
Unbound, may you depart in peace.
And it comes out this year. So yeah. I imagine in the Burr months or maybe mid-year. But yeah, one of the stuff I'm excited about. But yeah, there's some fair share of controversies in the first game. Because I got that comment and I didn't even realize it until I finished the game and uploaded the video. Because like there's some like same-sex relationships when in a setting where it's more of like the conservative side. You know, the tribe's not really into that stuff. So yeah, that's a good valid point. So caveat on those who want to try the game. That's probably the biggest caveat I have. Other than that, it's a good short game that's, you know, priced very reasonably and on sale for most of the time. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. This is one of the cases where I'm not expecting her to, you know, I think she's still a teenager here, or if ever, maybe 17 or 18. So I'm not expecting her to be, you know, Eve sexualized level. So this is one of the cases I'm fine with that. Not every game has to, with a female protagonist, has to look like that, in my opinion. But at the same time, I don't want her to be ugly either, which is perfect. Which is perfect. I think she looks fine. The game looks pretty good. I haven't played the first one. Yeah, Nagi. So I don't know what's your take on that with regards to. It's only one subplot, not the entire game, and it's not on your face. So there's like some collectibles. The gameplay is similar to what you saw in the trailer. Maybe less flashy, but it still looks great. But yeah, pretty much it's more of the same but bigger with more mechanics, more weapons. I'm good with that. As long as they price it very reasonably. I'm okay. I'll probably get this game. Phil said this was a good. Did he show this in the stream? I wasn't there, Richard Dower. So I was busy working last time. So I wasn't able to attend Phil's last stream. A lot of Gunnar games to come. So yeah. Okay. That's one of the games that I want. So I'll probably be getting. That was announced in State of Play. This one was announced in Nintendo Direct. And I'm 100% covering this game for my personal channel. This one, The Adventures of Elliot. Finally, I was waiting so long for a release date, so it's finally coming this June. So I have to finish up on my other games before this game releases. So especially after playing Octopath Traveler 0, I'm now more excited. Like Octopath Traveler 0's action turn-based. So this one's turn-based, and this one is action. That's more akin to Zelda with the HD 2D graphics engine that Square Enix has, which for me I think is a really good idea. So this one I'm very excited for.
Run, Elliot!
Dead.
Oh, come on! Keep wishing! You want to live, right?
There are still things I must
Yeah,
do.
I like this aesthetic better, the HD 2D pixel art compared to what they did with Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined. Yeah, Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined looks good, don't get me wrong, but it looks clean and modern. But in terms of like classic appearance and overall appeal for me, like this one takes the cake. It's really nice.
Please, bring me back to life.
Elliot and the Fairy Fae adventure across Philadelphia. Traveling through 4 ages, spanning 1,000 years, to lift a curse on Princess Huria. Elliot's home time, the age of safekeeping.
But the kingdom is utterly dependent on the princess and her spell of safekeeping now.
It is true that she bears a heavy burden. The age of reconstruction, when humans cower in the shadows of ruin.
People didn't just lose magic.
I love this too. I love this. They used this for Star Ocean 2 remake. Yeah, one of the best things. You know, this kind of art style. It's gonna be timeless, and yeah, this game also kind of reminds me of an old PS1 game, but I was too stupid. It's called Alundra, so it kind of gives me that kind of feel. It's kind of like a Zelda-ish too, with this kind of aesthetic. So yeah, I'm really glad Square's like going back to this type of games and quadrupling down. I think it's for the better rather than relying on big high risk hitters like FF7 remake. I mean, it's okay for them to have that kind of game, but don't let that be the case all the time. I think them diversifying to this is also a good move.
But their will too. I want the world to prosper again.
Humanity's height of prosperity in the age of magic.
This is Weizen, the nation of magic. Magical research is the backbone of the society.
Which is all the more reason it must be done right. In the age of budding, the birth of human civilization.
I want only peaceful coexistence. I have never sought power.
Philadelphia's history is woven by the emotions of its inhabitants. Those emotions, at times, hope for the future.
I think
I
this is gonna be a sleeper hit. Like in terms of the JRPG community, I can see people being excited for this, but in terms of the broader community, not as much as other more prominent JRPGs. But I think this has a strong chance of good word of mouth, if I may say. Like a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, this is really good." Not at the level of Expedition 33 for sure, but at least to a certain degree. Maybe around 20 to 30% of that level of hype.
world's downfall envelop all those in it.
Demo's out on Switch 2, by the way. If you, in case you still don't know and you have a Switch 2, you can play. I haven't finished it myself, but it was a fun experience for sure.
Lost everything again.
You still have a chance to save us all.
Yeah, this looks really fun.
Please, you have to live.
Let's go, Faye. We have to.
Unique boss. The good thing about this kind of graphics is like, the devs are bound to make creative boss battles, unlike in modern JRPGs where you just button mash your abilities. At least this looks to be you have to be creative in terms, or you have to follow the the carefully curated and designed level design of the boss fight, like kind of like this.
Please.
Yeah, there's a peculiar way for you to fight them, unlike in modern JRPGs where you just if you're strong enough, you just mash your ability, you just spam your abilities. This one, it requires some strategy, even if you have stronger equipment.
You have to live.
Let's go, Faye. We have to save Furia and the kingdom.
Yeah, 100% day one for me, because like I do want to make this video for my main channel. 100%. Okay. This one. Yep. I am. I'm excited. This one's the bigger ones I'm excited for. Good. That I think that's gonna go to second chapter of Ships in. Okay, it wasn't working earlier. It has that RPG magic. Yeah. 5-ish 3D open world. At least this one's something more scaled back that's still appealing at the same time. As long as it's not shoved down our throats near. Yeah, if you're talking about Kanan Nagi, no, it's not. It's like it's just there, but it's not gonna preach at you 100%. So if you want to play the first game, yeah, I would still recommend it. Just like because like it might be people might take it against you. Why didn't you say there was like kind of like this woke element in there? So I just give that caveat that it's there, but it's not in the nose. Just very, very subtle without preaching at you. So yeah. Okay, one more before we call it. This one is from the State of Play, which is from Konami of all developers. So I think Konami is really trying to get back into the video game development scene, because like for a while they've been pachinko machines, if not only reviving their best stuff like Metal Gear Solid, but now I think they're looking to diversify. So this one was a surprise to me, even though it wasn't the more prominent ones in the showcase. So it's called Rev Noir. It kind of reminds me of Tales of Arise. That's okay. I mentioned that I didn't like Tales of Arise because of the final arc. I think the twist is terrible. The writing was terrible at the final 30% of the game, but overall it was okay. Especially the graphics. I like the graphics. So the visuals of this one remind me of Tales of Arise. So I hope that the writing is good at least. So I'll probably be picking this one up. Probably depends on when it gets released. If it doesn't clash with other JRPGs that I want to play. So that's often my problem when making videos to my personal channel. Like I have to make a choice between one JRPG from another, because I cannot play two JRPGs at the same time and make two videos at once. It's just not possible unless I'm doing it full time.
A world shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall.
Yeah, this was, I think, pretty close to release, even though this is just a teaser, because like they've shown some gameplay later on. For now, this is all just CGI, but they've shown gameplay already. So I think it's quite close to release. That's my impression. not the level of Tales of Arise, but for me, I'll take it. I'm not really that much of a stickler for visuals anymore. This looks fine. Not over the top, nothing, unique or amazing, but it looks fine enough that I would play. Yeah, it's not the shining endorsement, but that's for me. It's like I would take this than a photorealistic game.
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
Reminds me of Tales of Arise when I see that. I think it's gunning to release this year, so it's pretty close to development. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think they're planning to release this year. The biggest mistake, though, is why only PS5. That I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. That's only for PS5. They should have released it on Steam too. Or wait, no, maybe not. My bad. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to end the stream on some good shit, not just bad stuff. Anyway, yeah, I think I'll call it for today. If it's anything like they do in Fire Emblem games, I won't be. Oh, okay, you're not a fan of Fire Emblem games? Yeah, okay. They're fun in my opinion, but I get it. It's even more niche than the action JRPG segment, so I understand that. But yeah, I love Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem's what got me into doing this to begin with. Like, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here right now. I would probably be doing something else offline, oblivious to YouTube, oblivious to live streaming and stuff like that. But so I owe a lot to Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is how I met Phil, how this channel came to be, and so on and so forth. Anyway, yeah, I believe I still managed to reach 4 hours, which is because I took really long in high guard again, I believe. But yeah, that's about it for this week. Then next week we should have Phil back, unless he has some urgent stuff to do. Because yeah, he's gonna have a busy year, so there's gonna be a lot of instances where I will be doing this solo. And I'm starting to get the hang of it again. Like, it's like I've always been contemplating for the past few years if I should go back to live streaming by myself. Like, I think I'm picking it back up again. Like, being entertaining people real time. I think I might go back to if I find the time to do this in my own channels, be more game centric and play some video games and stuff like the way that Phil does it when he goes live on his personal channels. But anyway, yeah. As for stuff that I'm still playing Dragon Quest. I spent last night grinding a lot, so I should be able to finish the game this week. It's like I think it's impossible that I won't be able to, because like I grinded so much that I'm confident I can beat the final boss easily. I did so much grinding last night, so yeah. But in terms of in terms of me uploading my video, it's gonna take more time, because I was gonna tell this to Phil, but I'll probably just tell him sometime next week. But I do have 2 jobs now, one full-time and one part-time over the weekdays. So that means less time for me to do YouTube. So that means it's gonna take me more time to complete my scripted videos moving forward, because yeah, I'll be working 10 hours a day, Monday to Friday. So there's gonna less time for me to play the games, record the script, edit the video, stuff like that. But yeah, thanks everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed. Okay, so I'm gonna give shout out to everyone. To Hello Ninja, thank you Mitchell Fields, Mad Frog, Night Saber, and Nagy for the contributions. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys. Wait, is someone online? That's my question. Is someone on? Well, the only one online is if I remember how to redirect. That's the thing. How do I keep forgetting how to redirect. Keep forgetting how to do a redirect. Can I still redirect people? Mm. Wait, let me Google again how to redirect someone. That's uh how to redirect on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube Studio content, live tab, customize. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I see it. Okay, I'm sending you guys to Yellow Flash. So, oh wait, yeah, okay. I think Yellow Flash. I think I'd rather send you guys to Rogue Attraction. Oh no, 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 these are incoming. No, no, no. My bad, my bad. Only Flash is live. Okay, I'll send you guys to Yellow Flash. So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys next week. Phil should be back unless he has a lot of stuff he's doing going on right now. So don't be surprised if it's still just gonna be me and doing solo stuff, but I'll do my best. I'll try to get better. And yeah, yeah, have a good night, Nagy, and everyone else in chat. Thank you so much. Okay. See you guys next time. Let's go. And I